Muslim, okay? But we're having a conversation about the way that Jews talk about this, the way that someone like Brad Lander talks about this. It's a different audience. He's speaking to a different audience. He's not speaking to you, okay? You know what's up. It's kind of like when I talk about white supremacy and anti-blackness. Some people will say it's not enough. Some people will say it's not enough. Hassan, you're white. You'll never understand it. And it's true. I won't. I won't. I can't. I will never be able to fully understand what it's like to be a black American. Okay? I won't. I can't. I'm white. Or at least I'm white passing the oath. Most I can do, at most, what I can do is identify a level of marginalization that I may have experienced at some point in my life and connect it to that. And some people can't even do that. So they have to learn what it's like. Okay? Yeah, you right. See, there you go. That's simple. So, different strokes for different folks. In order to build a broad movement, a broad coalition, you're going to have people that don't fully subscribe to your worldview. You're going to have people that you don't even understand what the contradictions look like, but it doesn't matter because it's not actually speaking to you. You already know what's up. And I try to stress this to black Americans all the time, or black people in general all the time, when I say, like, look, when I talk about anti-blackness, that's foundational to the American existence, I'm trying to educate white people or non-black people, okay? You're black. You already know what that looks like. You already live it every day. And the same thing goes here. I understand when an American Jew, an American Jewish person of this demographic especially, when they're talking about their complex understanding of the nation state of Israel, they're filling a void. They're filling a very important role, a very complex one. Because let's be real, what we want and what is happening in reality are two separate things. In a just world, you would have Gabor Mate on CNN destroying Dana Bash. You would have Norm Finkelstein on MSNBC destroying the host when they try to dare bring up a ridiculous idea. But that's not the world we live in. The world we live in right now requires people like Brad Lander who might confuse us at times. Okay? But as long as someone is actually moving the needle in the appropriate direction, as long as they do not present themselves as an impediment to further progress on this conversation, then what can you say? You just kick back and you watch and you hope for the best. To your point, even Israeli pundits have a strong reaction towards Lander because they hate seeing him wear the contradictions on his sleeve. Yeah, Brad Lander wants the word Zionist to keep meaning something while he does.
Wow, that was loud. bad. Catchy. starting that over. Like all the parts on the inside, yeah. I mean, you can. I don't know what we need though. Yeah. Take a picture. Take a picture. I have no idea. It doesn't matter. Oops, wrong button.
Okay, straight up. Straight up. She is like, they made a movie about it called Denial. Yeah, there it is. And what's wild about this is that Deborah Lipstadt is just as racist as David Irving is. Okay? That's what's so crazy. Because when you hear Deborah Lipstadt talk about Israel, when you hear her talk about Arabs, when you hear her talk about Palestinians, when you hear her talk about what Israel has done to the Lebanese population, like celebrating the Pager act of terrorism, Deborah comes across as a full tilt Nazi, right? She comes across as a full-blown Jewish supremacist. She comes across like a fucking Kahanas, no different than that. So for Dana to bring her up as a reasonable person is ridiculous. Okay? Full fash.
Who is a world-renowned scholar on these issues, I asked her, she said, I do believe that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. However, I also believe that anti-Zionism has morphed into its own kind of demonization and hatred, a prejudice all its own.
So I disagree with that also. I mean,
yeah, also, it's really funny. Yeah. Today, Deborah Lipstadt, who built a career on defending the memory of the Shoah and demanding historical justice for his victims, is amplifying a call for the New York Times editors to face a Nuremberg-style public hanging. And also highlighting Adam Lewis Klein, which is really funny. Oh my God, he's on. Which is really funny. Because what Deborah Lipstadt said right there is Adam Lewis Klein's like lives work, basically. That anti-Zionism is the truest version of anti-Semitism. I love that guy. He's so funny. He's so fucking stupid.
Zionist can be used as a slur, and believe me, if you look in my mentions, I hear it that way. But you know, my son, is named after this guy, Marek Edelman, who was a Bundist, a Jewish democratic socialist in the Warsaw Ghetto, who helped lead the Warsaw Ghetto uprising like that. So seriously, I take the legacy of Jews who fought Nazis. He was not a Zionist. He didn't believe in a sovereign Jewish state. Even Albert Einstein, who they asked to be the president of Israel, wanted it to be safe for Jewish life in present Israel and Palestine. But he worried that Jewish sovereignty would have dangerous consequences. So there are anti-Zionists who are members of my synagogue, who I can tell you are absolutely not anti-Semitic, who care about the safety of Jews, who don't believe that the state is making Jews safer. That's not my position.
Yeah, Brad Lander is a very interesting guy for this reason. Look, found in the archives, at ritual circumcision of his son, Lander and wife declared, "We are thrilled to pronounce you a Jew without the right to return. Your name contains our deep hope that you will explore and celebrate your Jewish identity without confusing it with nationalism." By the way, Hasanabi head. Just saying. But also, again, like, this is maybe not our cup of tea, right? But it serves a different purpose. Now, people will say, "Who cares?" Right? Who cares? The situation is a crisis, is a genocide. But that's precisely the reason why I have a different approach to this kind of stuff, where it's like if someone is not an impediment to progress, and as a matter of fact is filling a different role that I would never be able to fill, I'm not going to cast away potential allies of the future. And by that I don't even mean Brad Lander. I mean, I'm talking about people that Brad Lander could convince, because it's important. We need everyone we can get. Okay, and if American Jews did not play a critical role in this process, then the Zionist advocacy organizations wouldn't spend a good deal of time and effort trying to make sure that every American Jew born on U.S. soil is not learning from birth a critical supply of pro-Israel sentiment, is not being indoctrinated as aggressively as possible. Okay? That's it.
But I don't think it's anti-Semitic.
Let's look ahead to 2028. What do you expect and want from a Democratic candidate for president?
First and foremost, a vision of an economy that works for working people, a vision for healthcare and housing and childcare that people can afford. Folks are desperate. They feel the system is rigged against them. Now they see like AI data centers poisoning their water and taking their jobs. A vision that works for working people. A vision for political reform. We're going to have to do something about the Supreme Court, about gerrymandering, about money in politics. And also a hopeful energy, I have to tell you, like what's been moving in New York since the Knicks won and we have the World Cup. There's a hopeful energy that Mayor Mamdani's been able to tap into. I wanted something like that for our country as a whole.
Going back to our discussion before, there are, I think, at least a trio, maybe more, of potential candidates in 2028 who are Jewish. You have Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, J.B. Pritzker, Illinois, Senator Ossoff, senator from Georgia, and Rahm Emanuel. They're all critical of Prime Minister Netanyahu, but they all believe in Israel's right to exist and have stopped short of calling what's happening in Gaza
Because
genocide.
they're bitches.
Do you think that somebody with those views and that religion would be the nominee for president in the Democratic Party?
I do. I think it's going to require clarity that we need a reset in the U.S. relationship with Israel. I think saying we're not going to continue to provide the 2,000-pound bombs that destroyed Gaza, that we're going to insist on human rights and international law compliance, and we're going to stop aid until that happens, and that Israel has to step up to recognizing that what's necessary is self-determination for Palestinians and
Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, what the fuck? Does he have a Twitch account now?
Israelis a horizon of political mutual recognition and peace. Look, and I'm happy to explain to any of them why I think Raphael Lemkin, the Polish Jew and Holocaust survivor who developed the term genocide, the Lemkin Institute considers what's happening there a genocide, like Omar Bartov.
Dude, I swear to God, it literally is. Bro, it's just straight up. This is like saying the quiet part out loud. As long as no one ever addressed this kind of thing, as long as no one ever turned around and was like, this is what the two-state is supposed to look like, then it was fine. Okay? Then it was fine. It was a great, fun little experiment that we had. You know? It was a great and fun experiment that we had. You can bracket off the anti-Zionist Jews as bad Jews. You never have them on. You just tell them to shut the fuck up. Or you don't even have to call them capos if you just don't ever have them on your platforms, which, by the way, again, never. Norm Finkelstein, never been invited to a show like this. Completely blacklisted. Gabor Mate. Like, there are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews who just never get this time of day. So even if someone is like a two-stater, the only way to talk about a two-state is just by saying, oh, of course, I'm in support of a two-state, and then move on, right? When you actually hear from someone who's like, yeah, a two-state, I think is currently not very realistic, but like this is what it would look like. And of course, a big part of that recognition also stems from a big part of that stems from the initial recognition of what the current one state looks like, an apartheid that has conducted a genocide and a permanent occupation that's very violent. All of a sudden, it kind of bricks this illusion. It destroys the illusion.
Amazing Israeli
So is
Holocaust
that a
scholar.
litmus test?
I don't think it's a litmus test. I think it's something useful for people to look at and grapple and reckon with. We've spent thousands of years as the victims, as a rough grappling with what it means in some ways to be a perpetrator. I think it's a useful dialogue for American Jews to have, but I don't think it's a litmus test in the presidential race. I do think a reset in the U.S.-Israel relationship is.
Brad Lander, thanks for sticking around. Thank you for coming in.
Well, there is new uncertainty this morning in the high-stakes Senate race in Maine. Embattled candidate Graham Plattner reportedly told staffers he doesn't plan to officially withdraw until Monday. Now, that leaves even less time for state Democratic leaders to move ahead with a new pick while voters remain in the dark. Caitlin Huey-Burns has more.
The implosion of Graham Plattner's Senate campaign left Maine voters in its wake, and many told us they feel disappointed and uncertain about what comes next.
I was with Graham Plattner, and I don't know how to feel about what's going to happen now.
I wonder, yeah, he withdrew already. I wonder if like a conversation like that, I wonder what that would look like for some of your parents if you're Jewish. Because like, that's got to be at least I mean, that's certainly going to be more impactful than like them hearing what I have to say, right? And Christian parents who also love Israel too. I suspect it just depends on how far down the rabbit hole one might be. Because we have seen a bunch of people call him a bad Jew. The cynical Welshman. Man, this guy raped a child in Germany. You still support him like he's your god. You're all pedophiles. There's got to be a real wild situation, a real wild way to exist where you've just decided you had to invent a reason and you came up with that as like the invented reason. It's the most insane thing. Like, I don't understand how you could just like live in a world where you get mad at your own hallucinated alternative reality.
People are disappointed in the situation.
Allegations of sexual and physical abuse against Plattner, which he denies, upended the race this week, culminating with a once rising party star dropping out.
We are suspending campaign operations.
The oyster farmer and Marine veteran had struck a chord with voters in Maine as a first-time politician with a populist appeal.
I have been willing to die for my country. There is nothing that I will not do for the state of Maine.
Resonating even with some voters who once backed Republican Susan Collins.
I wanted to see some new faces in our Senate.
The state Democratic Party has until July 27th to pick a replacement, and there's no shortage of candidates. The party announced it will hold a nominating convention. But first, they'll need Plattner to file paperwork to officially leave the race, something the campaign says won't happen until Monday. Some former Plattner supporters say they aren't ready to rubber stamp whoever the Democrats pick.
I certainly hope to find somebody, but I don't know who.
Are you glad that he dropped out?
I think he had to under the circumstances. I think the timing of this whole thing is very like questionable.
Other voters say they'll go for what they know, the longtime Republican incumbent.
This presents a known quantity in this kind of chaotic situation.
For CBS Mornings, I'm
Incredible.
Caitlin Burns in Portland, Maine.
Graham Plattner has formally withdrawn from the Maine Senate race, kicking off a 2-week sprint for the state's Democrats to pick a new nominee to face off with Republican incumbent Susan Collins.
The Graham Plattner to Susan Collins return voter is an enigma. I will never understand it. The mind of the American median voter, folks. Indecipherable. You will never understand it. Don't try to understand it. You will die in the process. This guy is my favorite. Yeah, the median voter.
Jackson is not progressive. He voted against so many bad things like gay marriage, abortion. He did that and now wants to say he's progressive. If they put up Troy Jackson, if they put up Shanna Bellows, I'm voting for Susan Collins. And I hate to say that as an independent, but Troy Jackson and Shannon Bellows aren't going to be able to do anything in that federal government.
I know that gentleman says he's an independent, but he's expressing progressive values and beliefs there. So respond to him.
Genius.
Well, I mean, honestly, he is accurate. I voted against those things over 15 years ago. Since then, I've found out, I've understood. I mean, I've always been someone that believed that healthcare is a human right. And it became clear to me after some time that abortion, reproductive rights access is a human right. It's healthcare. It's people that, deserve to have that. And when it dawned on me, I became a real advocate for that. I mean, over the last 10 years, I've had 100% voting record for Planned Parenthood. I've sponsored or co-sponsored some of the most progressive abortion access in the entire country and fought vehemently for it. And I make no bones about a bad vote years ago coming out of a rural area, a very Catholic area. People are going to have all kinds of thoughts about these things. But, I have a 20-year record of votes like that, but a whole bunch of votes that, people like in the DSA think that I'm very progressive. In the end, I'm fighting for people. I'm fighting for people across Maine. You can call them whatever votes you want, but in the end, I think they're the things that actually drive people, make people's lives better. And it's part of the frustration that people in Maine have right now of a government that's not working for them. And I feel like that too. I'm the Senate president for the last 6 years, the second highest ranking official in Maine. And I'm frustrated that government does not work the way it should. And that's what this race is about, is making sure that we have a government that fights for Mainers.
You do have a 100% rating from Planned Parenthood in New England.
Okay, this guy literally is the look like a chud, think like a woke. I know we said that with Graham Plattner too, but he straight up is. And he used to think like a chud too. Troy. Look, my biggest concern with the deploying the Toyota is what you just watched. Like he is a diligent legislator. He has a lot of experience. The problem is he's just a little boring. Okay? That's it. And like the clever way to respond to that is, yeah, I made the wrong decision and I learned from it. This is about redemption. And you can look at my track record to see that I have more than redeemed myself. And I want to unseat Susan Collins because she has not. She claims to be progressive, and yet she failed not just the women of Maine, but women all across the country when she ended up voting to appoint Brett Kavanaugh, when she ended up voting to appoint Amy Coney Barrett.
contention for that nomination. And the Maine Senate seat, it's seen as critical.
Can you explain more in your quote? I do support Troy Jackson. I just explained the quote. What do you mean? Piker isn't optimistic about Troy Jackson. The DSA endorsed former state Senate president. Many progressives were rushing to back. The exact opposite of Graham Platter when it comes to charisma, he said. The test is going to be whether or not it's the policies or if it's the person. I mean, that seems like a rougher version of what I implied. But yeah, I like him. I support him. I'm just worried that people are going to not respond positively to how no frills, how straightforward his policy platform is.
By Democrats as they try to regain power in Congress in the November elections.
Overnight, the Department of Homeland Security admitting the man.
If they lose Maine, it's your fault again. We coconuts remember.
And shot and killed by ICE in Houston Tuesday was not the intended target of their investigation. In a statement, a DHS official now saying 52-year-old Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, a husband and father of 3, was stopped by ICE because he resembled the target of an investigation, causing officers to stop his van. Salgado Araujo was then shot in the abdomen by an ICE officer, the agency claiming the officer acted in self-defense, alleging Salgado Araujo wasn't following commands and tried to use his vehicle as a weapon, although no...
As usual, that chatter went and bragged about being banned here in Roach's chat. Got a month-long ban from Hassan for mentioning the Germany incident where he visited a brothel. Poke camps. You have to train a police dog if it gets killed. Trans fats. I finished with Techie stream. Now to wait for the real bald one. Projection Piker back at it again. What's so funny about this is he's openly a fan of someone who a court has called a rapist. And he has to hallucinate me as one to hate me. Meanwhile, there's an actual fucking rapist that he's a fan of. Brother, I'm going to be honest. You got to get your priorities in check. Motherfucker's a fan of a second-generation rapist.
Images or video of the shooting have emerged. The Washington Post now reporting migrants who were in the car with Salgado Araujo, through statements given to their lawyer, dispute key parts of ICE's narrative. One writing, it is impossible for them to say that they were going to get run over. There were no officers in front of or behind the vehicle. They were on the sides. The shooting sending shockwaves through Houston. People have the final word. Salgado Araujo, an undocumented immigrant living in the U.S. for 35 years, was close to obtaining legal immigration status, his son said.
Undocumented migrants are humans.
They're demanding an independent investigation.
I just want all Americans to know that my dad was a hardworking man, a family man, who wanted nothing more than to put food on the table and to watch his sons achieve the American dream.
Unmarked rental cars ramming into a fucking work van of a dude who's been in the country and has been working for 35 years. This is not, this can't go on. This is just not normal. We can't live like this. I don't know what else to say. Like, any kind of defense of the actions of ICE here You are less than an animal. You have no self-preservation skills. You don't understand it. This is just straightforward gang violence. ICE is a gang. They're unaccountable. They are untrained. They're unbelievably violent, and they're unbelievably racist. What else can you say?
Now, the ICE agents involved in this shooting also were not wearing body cameras. A DHS spokesperson blaming government shutdowns, the most recent one ending in April, for the delays in issuing those cameras to officers. We're now also learning the county medical examiner's office in Houston has listed Salgado Araujo's death as a homicide, saying the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the torso. Michael.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down there. Thank you so much for that.
CNN obtained video of emergency responders taking Senator Mitch McConnell.
Updates on Mitchy Mitch. Updates on Mitchy Poo. Not defending this yet. They keep on keeping it on in the DL and only kill a couple of people a month, and this will be normalized just like school shootings. Yeah, it's up to us to make sure that we don't normalize it. Does ICE have a right to exist? Fuck no. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Did Mitch deny the affair? No, this is day 3. This is day 3 of Mitchy Poo. Day 3 of Mitchy Poo refusing to deny the affair. It's a real scandal. I know there's a lot of shippers, okay? Hussich shippers out there. Mitch Son shippers, whatever you want to call it. I know you guys want clarity. You won't get it. Okay? I cracked this little turtle shell too hard, and that's where we're at. Yeah, Mitch McConnell has been hospitalized for 26 days as of today. 26 days.
To an ambulance. The neighbor who shot the video told CNN the Capitol Police blocked the street and other neighbors reported seeing McConnell's face. This was a month ago, and it comes nearly a month after a spokesperson for McConnell first reported that the senator has been hospitalized, but few other details have been released. Let's get to Andy Greer, who helped break this story. So talk to us about this video and how it fills in the pieces of the puzzle.
So, John, what I heard from a neighbor.
The panel, which I hope, they're going to get to. The panel talk on this is some of CNN's finest work, I will say. Congratulations. They always find a way to up the ante. Okay? They always find a way to just like they always find a way. My expectations are low. And these guys always find a way to lower my already low expectations. They cannot clear any bars on this one. It's fantastic.
Of McConnell's around 8:30 in the morning on June 14th. This neighbor opened their door to commotion on the street. They saw 2 ambulances, a fire truck, and Capitol Police had blocked off the entire road. So this neighbor stayed on the street to try and figure out what was going on. And about half an hour later, at around 9 o'clock in the morning, this neighbor saw a person from McConnell's home being carried on a stretcher into an ambulance and said that they saw this person was wrapped in a blanket and that their feet was exposed, and that another neighbor standing next to them identified McConnell's face and saw that McConnell wasn't wearing an oxygen mask. So the firsthand witness that I spoke to said that they tried to ask Capitol Police.
Yeah, he's dead, bro. Yeah, he's dead. Straight up. He dead as fuck. I mean, is what I would say. If I too were trying to hide that we had a relationship and have a relationship, and continue to have a relationship. We do phone sex still.
What was going on, and all they were told was it was a medical emergency. They wouldn't confirm who it was for. And these new details come as we know very little about Senator McConnell's condition, why he was brought to the hospital on June 14th, and why he remains there.
Joining us right now is emergency physician, Dean of the Yale School of Public Health, Dr. Megan Ranney. It's great to see you, Dr. Ranney. Clearly, Mitch McConnell is not your patient. So having said that, the neighbor sees that he's taken out on a stretcher. There's EMS audio of emergency responders being called to the home for an unconscious person for cardiac arrest. Someone is heard saying CPR in progress. How serious is this case if this comes into your hospital?
You know, it's difficult to reconcile the video that.
I'm gonna keep it $1.50. Technically, the morgue is also in the hospital, so they're not lying when they say Mitch McConnell's in the hospital. He's just not. He's in the morgue, or at most, at best, if he's not in the fucking morgue, he's definitely on life support, and he's a vegetable. Okay, if we're gonna get sincere for a moment, and I hate to talk about my boyfriend like this, but you know,
that you've just shown with the story that we'd heard earlier about there being CPR in progress. So let's start from the beginning. You get a call to EMS about someone being unconscious. We send an ambulance crew out to assess. The causes of unconsciousness are myriad, ranging from seizures, which I and others have speculated that Senator McConnell may be having based off of those episodes where he freezes on camera. Could be that. It could be that he fell and hit his head. It could be a cardiac arrest with your heart stopping. So you get the call, the ambulance, the EMS specialists go. When they arrive at the house, they assess the patient. They say, do they have a pulse? Are they breathing? Are they talking? That's the point, it sounds like, where someone reported that CPR was in progress. Now, that CPR could have been initiated by the ambulance folks, by the paramedics or medics, or it could have been initiated by someone in the house. And for viewers, knowing CPR is great, but just because you initiate CPR as an untrained professional doesn't mean someone had a heart attack. Okay, that's as much as we've known up until now, is that there was CPR in progress and the ambulance did respond. Now you have this video. The thing that struck me about the video, Kate, is that nobody seems to be in a rush. Right. If there really had been CPR in progress, if Senator...
yeah, because he's dead. The sense of urgency has gone away because he has passed.
Senator McConnell had truly been in a cardiac arrest, you would expect that they would be rushing, not taking their time, loading the patient into the ambulance. So that's the big additional piece of information that I think we got today. Beyond that, it is largely speculative, and I think we're all wishing Senator McConnell the best.
Absolutely. And as you're kind of noting, you know, Senator McConnell obviously has been in public life for decades, and he has had a lot of health issues in the past. We know that he had polio as a child. He's been hospitalized for falling in recent years. He has had those episodes of freezing up in public that you're noting. He spent a week in the hospital this year. His office said it was for flu-like symptoms. He's 84 years old. If you have a patient with a profile like this, what questions, concerns do you have at this point?
Well, to me, one of the biggest questions is around the fact that he's been in the hospital for 3 weeks. For an average person, for you, for me, for viewers or their parents,
dude, I was
a 3-week
man.
stay in the hospital means that you're pretty seriously ill. We try to get folks out of the hospital pretty quickly these days. Now that may be a little bit different for Senator McConnell.
DNC, thanks you for your service. Yeah, dude. There was a was it on was it the MSNBC or MS Now, whatever it is, the Morning Joe? He actually stated on that show that he was aware that DNC operatives were in Maine trying to get him taken off the ballot before the new allegations even came out. So they were already working on it. They didn't need my help. But he's got to go. I hold the same opinion that I would for anyone else. He should be, if there's, he should be removed. He should not be allowed to serve in any public office in the future. He should be prosecuted. That is my opinion. I don't at this point his policies don't matter to me. I'll still go for someone else with the same policies, of course. But personally, no, I can't support. I can't. I can't. Freaking absurd. Disappointing, really. And I think it's just disappointing, you know. Like the amount of red flags that people, including myself, were willing to overlook in order to, you know, promote his candidacy should be a good including the voters of Maine, honestly, should be a very good indication of how desperate people are for the kind of policies he was promoting. I did warn you. You did warn me? Wait. You warned me that he was a rapist? I admitted there were red flags, but I don't remember you warning me that he was a rapist.
There we go. What are we doing?
Know that there were red flags. Oh, I knew there were red flags. I knew. And while they obviously weren't good, they were minor, and they were compared to literal rape. They were minor, honestly. And having been in the service myself, I can attest to the stupidity of young junior enlisted soldiers. Like, I know that there's not much of a thought process in a lot of the things that they say and do. So that was coming from personal experience as well. But the fact remains is this accusation is different in the severity of it. One, the fact that there is verifiable evidence. Collins is apparently pissed. Why would she be pissed? She should be happy. She was going to lose. If Plattner wasn't a rapist, she was going to lose. Like, there is no question in my mind.
Give a 4-month window to Thomas Massie to be a Republican senator. That's it. That's the only reason why people are looking at this, right?
As Biden ever was, or worse, he needs to step aside. This charade can't continue. We can't demand of others what we won't demand of ourselves.
I think this is all getting kind of crazy, frankly. I can speak a little bit to this personally. When my dad was running for Congress in Iowa, Western Iowa, in 2020.
He died. He died. He was dead. And we just, you know, put him on a gurney, put him on a chair and just moved him around. Oh.
She wanted him to be locked into. Oh, she was pissed that he had an opportunity to get out of the race. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I see. Yeah, because she knew she was going to lose. It'll be interesting. The governor of Kentucky is seemingly also pissed. Oh, because of well, because of Plattner or because of Mitch McConnell? That he doesn't know the status of a senator. Dude, this is absolutely crazy, man. Like the only reason they're not doing anything, like I guarantee you, he's brain dead, and he's like on a ventilator, and like that's just keeping him alive. I guarantee it. And the only reason they're doing it is so they don't have to have a special election. Guarantee it.
Public and disclose everything. The reality is that I think McConnell is
like, how crazy is it that like this dude like filibustered the entire Obama presidency and basically stole a Supreme Court nomination, and even in death, like he's filibustering his death. Like, come on, like, I mean, I'll give it to him. He's dedicated to his craft. Like, that's great. But it's freaking annoying.
You're a fucking demon. What is this, man? Why? Why are these guys royalty? What the fuck is this shit? Ah, these guys don't do anything anyway. Have you seen the Senate? Okay, yeah. That's kind of a problem, don't you think?
Keeping crucial information from the governor of the state, the senator's representing, and he is not having it. Well, he's not going to have a choice. Like, there's nothing he can do about it. Like, the governor of Kentucky has no sway on the actions of the Republican Party. That there's, or the Republican Senate, whatever. Like, there's nothing he can do. He can bitch and moan, but like, they don't care what he has to say.
Left, yes. She couldn't handle the sex that we were having, and she had to escape to China. And now, because I'm in the will, I'm selling the home. I'm flipping it.
Hence why the 17th needs to be reworked so the states can actually hold their people accountable. Yeah, dude. Like, I think every single day that this craziness goes on, the fact that the Democratic Party is completely antithetical to the wishes of the will of the voters, the fact that the Republican Party is like hiding the deaths of their members in order to avoid accountability. Like, I would argue that it does not feel like we're actually in a democracy, like in any form or function.
At all times.
Like, neither party represents what the voters want. Neither of them do. And that's kind of what they're supposed to do, I thought. We aren't even in a republic. It's annoying. I know. Like, not even close. It's called democratic backsliding, and this is very common in countries that are countries that become gripped by power grabs, whether it's from the political or the financial elite. This is very common. I just didn't want it to be here.
Oh, well, please, the Senate staff, everyone knows that the Senate staff is really where the magic happens and does all the work.
Well, no, but
we are the oldest continuous republic on the planet. That's beyond stupid. Yeah, like, but it's been a slow burn. Like, we're the frogs. We are the frogs, and the fact that we have allowed our representatives to become completely beholden to financial interests, we have allowed ourselves to be slowly boiled like the frogs. It's kind of our fault. But there was definitely a malicious intent from the financial elite from the beginning. Going all the way back to the Nixon administration. So yeah, I guess it's like they intentionally created a system where we are easily propagandized. And a lot of the voters are willingly propagandized. So, I mean, it's kind of like a, I don't want to blame all the voters, because that's kind of like a victim blaming thing. Because like there was definitely malicious intent from those that were already in power, and the fact that they have taken steps to maintain and expand on that power.
Decades since my dad's passing. My family should have forced him.
We dismantled our own checks and balances, refused to reinforce the system. This is true. Yeah, like the main thing comes down to accountability. Like at no point, we never held, I don't want to say never, but I want to say starting with Nixon, I believe that if we had held Nixon legally accountable for his actions, whether he resigned or not, I think the story would have been a little bit different. Maybe, maybe not. But the fact that he was not held accountable for his criminal activity set a precedent for elected officials ever since.
Society right now. We are talking about a senator. Oh my God, our gerontocracy has to change, man. It is so fucking insane. Holy shit.
And they, if they're going to go into special facilities, et cetera, et cetera. When it becomes more than that, it's when it's a political matter and not just about the election.
I feel like if you're like older than the average tortoise, I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to hold office anymore. Madison warned against letting financial interests take power in the federal legislation, even Hamilton to a lesser extent figured it. Yeah, we've seen it. Like, it's already like, we have evidence of this happening once, probably twice throughout our history. I think it like ebbs and flows. Like the first one took about 100 years. The next one took about 50 years. And then it's like, it just comes, the waves are getting quicker now with the increasing speed of our technology, I think. I mean, that's what it feels like. Because I think the first power struggle in economics was probably say the Civil War. And then the next one was the robber barons, Great Depression, that kind of era. And then I don't know, I feel like they got smart about it after that. But yeah, then we saw another one. I think the most recent one was in 2008 when the banks were bailed out instead of the people who were taken advantage of by the predatory home loans. You know what I mean? The fact that over 100 years ago said, hey, maybe you shouldn't let these wealthy houses take power. I'm surrounded by them. I would know. James Madison probably. Congress chartered the Pacific Railroad Company and gave them exclusive rights to land. Ugh. See, here's the thing. Here's the problem I have. Like, I don't have a problem with Congress leading that project. What I have a problem with is the fact that it was a privatized, like if it's a privatized company, then they should be able to afford to undertake that project without the government subsidizing it. If the government is going to subsidize it, then the people should profit from it. That's how I feel. They created the problem, used it to expand their power. Yeah, and they're doing the same thing now with all these AI data centers. Like, I don't inherently have a problem with companies expanding. I have a problem with companies monopolizing, and I have a problem with companies being subsidized by the government in both their expansion and their wages. You know, that's what I have a problem with. Like, if the government is going to subsidize Walmart, for example, whether it's their expansion or their wages, then the people should profit. That's my opinion. So, like, I'm not inherently against subsidizing companies, but the fact that, like, the losses are, the profits are privatized and the losses are socialized is absolutely absurd. Like that's not capitalist. Like why is it the normal people have to be capitalist, but these large companies, when they experience losses, their losses are socialized and we're the ones that have to pay for it. We're the ones that have to subsidize it. It doesn't make any sense. It's completely antithetical to what they claim to support.
You owe the voting public about
what do you owe?
What do you owe the voting public about your health condition? And here's the fact.
Like these companies, they are this is why like I get so pissed off when I hear people talking about the quote unquote the welfare queen. Thank you, Reagan, for being a douchebag and stereotyping people who need government assistance. The fact is that individual people, even en masse, are not as much of a drain on our system and its resources as these corporate subsidies. Corporations, believe it or not, are not required for capitalism. I know they're not. Like you could have an entire. This is what I have been saying. Like this is like I have always been 100% in support of a regulated capitalist system because I think it does an excellent job of expanding in an expanding market. However, once it reaches a certain level, it can no longer expand outwards anymore. So what happens is the funds, instead of the funds expanding outwards with nowhere left to go, they start getting pushed upwards. And this is when you start getting these large corporations and monopolies and stuff. So yeah, I know we don't need corporations for capitalism. We need competition. Like, we need competition for capitalism, not corporations. And corporations are antithetical to competition.
Breakout star, both on and off the pitch. Erling Haaland, leading Norway to its first ever World Cup quarterfinal. Millions falling in love, not just with his impressive soccer skills, but his playful, unapologetic personality. From leading the iconic Viking row after a win.
She doesn't want to admit he's hot. Dude, there are many things you can say about Erling Haaland. Hot is not one of them. Okay? There are many things you can say. He is objectively whatever is the opposite of hot. Okay? You can say he's goofy. You can say he's scary. What the fuck, man? He's legit smoking hot and I'm straight. Wait, really? You could say he's baby girl. I think he is baby girl.
Be right back. Gotta take
to his signature meditation pose every time he scores. Now it's his Viking diet that's having a moment. The 6'4" player eats roughly 6,000 calories per day, nearly double what the average active.
He kind of looks like if Jinxie was on steroids and was 6'5". At least in this photo. After he shaved his eyebrows. Am I crazy? How many do you eat? Not 6,000. 6,000 is like fucking 3 days worth of food for me.
Man needs, and more than most pro athletes. So what's on the menu? Whole foods like steak.
Oh, I love this one. This one's so funny. The way he just smacks him on the shoulder. Haaland. Did you see the Viking row drama? Oh, I did, yeah. A Norway fan has gone viral for refusing to participate in the Viking row after victories because it's factually wrong, saying the Vikings didn't row over the Atlantic, they sailed.
First of all, I just find it...
He's just autistic, bro. That's it. He is the... They found the most Redditor autist in Norway. That's it. That's literally what's going on here.
Really stupid. That's... That's the thing I thought when they came up with it, that it was stupid and annoying, and I didn't want to do it. And then
This is a joke, right? Like he's doing it from his rowing room.
Not to mention modern economics with the world economy doesn't like competition. They like specialization, competitive advantage. Well, I mean that's capitalism, right? You're seeking to find that competitive advantage. Like this is where the concept of capitalism is hypocritical, because the idea is to provide a better product, not if the competition is fake. No, like even if the competition is real, the goal is to provide a better product, provide a better product for less cost. The natural progression of that is, once a company manages to do that, if they outperform their competition in terms of cost, and their market expands, the natural progression is that they will eventually take over the market. Like this is unregulated capitalism. If it's allowed to quote unquote take its course, this is like like libertarian economics. You know what I mean? Just like let the system be. So it would never work in the long run. It never would, because it will always result in one industry, one company providing a better service and expanding their hold on the market over time. It has to be regulated. Like the government has to force a company from continuous expansion. It has to, which is antithetical to the concept of capitalism. But there's no competition. Competition implies that there are alternatives, but there are none. They specialize in certain areas and force everything else out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the idea of capitalism means that everyone should have the opportunity to provide a better product. However, in practice, this does not work over time. I think we're saying the same thing, but in different ways, I think.
Is this AI? Is this AI?
They specialize in certain areas, force everything else out if it tries to compete. Yes, actually, there's a perfect example of this. During the Zoran Mamdani campaign, after he was elected and he was appointing his transition team, Lena Khan being one of them, the former chair of the was it FTC? No, not SEC. FTC, Federal Trade, I think. Something like that. But she was the one that was in the Biden administration that was trying to break up all these monopolies, right? The corporations hated her, like Amazon, Google, like they absolutely despised her. Like they thought she was a demon, and to them she was. But that was what she was doing. So she was able to point out instances in New York. Like there was a podcast where I can't remember which podcast it was. I think it was like Jon Stewart, maybe, where she had pointed out that large companies they were able to get cheaper prices from distributors than smaller businesses were. Meaning, for example, let's say a small business wanted to buy a week's supply of Coca-Cola for, I don't know, what, a small business, $1,000. I don't know how much Coca-Cola they sell, but I'm just giving an example. let's say that cost equaled, 50 cents per bottle, per 2-liter bottle. Now, because companies like Walmart were, oh wow, you serious? Just watch that kick. Because large companies had the capability, oh my God, had the capability of purchasing more, they were given a discount. For instance, they were charged less. I'm just giving examples. I don't know what the actual cost was, but if a small company, a small business was charged 50 cents per bottle, a company like Walmart was only charged like 35, which means the smaller business, in order to make sure they had a profit after all the shipping costs and the purchase of the product, meant that they had to charge more, which inherently makes it cheaper to purchase it from Walmart. And like that right there was recognized as an unfair business practice, and that was one of the things that that Lena Khan was working on stopping. She's a hero in my book. In a free market, multiple countries, it is whoever has the most lax laws in the other countries who benefit. Make it where their own people cannot compete by making restrictive laws, or by preventing laws that makes it harder to acquire those goods from those countries. Yeah, I mean that's basically what I'm saying, but just like on a more micro level, as opposed to being international. I'm just talking like national, like say in one region, like if it's Walmart versus a mom and pop store, like just like a corner market. And this is like it's basically anti-competition, where, however, according to the concept of capitalism, if you're like a pure capitalist, I know I'm not saying you, but if some people who are pure capitalist and believe in a 100% free market without the intervention of government, they will say the company can charge whatever they want to whoever they want. But it's hypocritical because it stifles competition, because small businesses are unable to purchase the product from the distributor at the same cost as a large corporation. And Amazon does this with small companies as well. If there's a small business that wants to ship a product, they like, let's say someone wants to sell, I don't know, let's just say bracelets, right? What Amazon will do, if this person starts picking up steam in their business with bracelets, say they're cheap, Amazon, because they're able to make up that difference in other sections, they will like undercut the other business. They will take a loss in that one specific market, make it up in the other parts. So basically completely runs the smaller business like completely out. And then Amazon's like, we'll buy your business for super cheap, or you can ship with us. Like it's absolutely absurd. But this administration is perfectly okay with that shit.
If we win, it's fantastic.
Competition is required for any market to thrive. The same concept of governmental power. The less competition has, the more it'll just do whatever it wants. Yeah. But you have to force, like, this actually translates to the state. This actually translates to state legislation as well. The same concept, in that these large companies, they have to be regulated. Like, it has to be, at some point, they have to be stopped with their unfair business practices. They have to, or they're just going to keep doing it. Like, they'll, in order to increase their profit margin, they will do whatever they can. They'll get away with whatever they can. And this is the same thing that we're seeing with state legislation now, like with the gerrymandering. Like, if the federal government says that they can gerrymander, they're going to keep freaking doing it. It's like, whichever entity is the one that is in power, and they are willing to exercise nefarious means to maintain that power, they will do it. This is a concept as old as time.
Up to his knees in tears, so he runs over, pulls him into a hug, and says, I don't want history if you're not standing beside me before kissing him in front of the entire stadium. Love wins.
That's why the federal government is supposed to regulate any company which makes deals across multiple states. The states can protect their own markets. True. Yes, I agree. Protect their local businesses from the big corporates, but it doesn't work if both governments say, fuck their locals. Yes. Yes, this is true. Absolutely. My opinion is that these large corporations, like, I feel that they need to be broken up into its own state entity. You know what I mean? Like, I think there should be 50 different Googles. I can understand keeping the same name because it's Google, it's familiar. But I think that each state should have its own, like, operation arm, separate, completely separate from the company as a whole. That's my own opinion, you know, but what do I know? I'm not an economist.
As maiores seleções do mundo. A Copa do Mundo é algo fascinante. Eu tive a oportunidade de jogar 4 Copas do Mundo.
Like, if Amazon wants to oversee, like, national logistics, I'm on board with that. Like, that makes sense. It would still be subject to interstate commerce. But as far as, like, sales, I don't know. I feel like that should be, like, I feel that each state should have its own like, Amazon marketplace. You know, like, for example, like, let's say I wanted to buy something from California. I would have to go to, like, Amazon California in order to purchase it. And I would be subject to whatever prices Amazon California determines. You know, it shouldn't be up to Amazon as a large corporation. That's my opinion. You know what I mean? But again, I don't know if that would work. There's no bad idea in a brainstorm, right?
And memes. Let's watch his diet now. I know he eats like a fucking animal.
Like, it makes sense that a corporation who deals with multiple states is inherently federal. They should be based on whoever owns the companies. Any ownership tricks and nonsense that is used to make something governed by something in multiple states but tries to claim local status, yeah, because its child companies are local, is absurd and should be squashed. Yeah, I think it's one of those, this is why I think legislating has to be made more dynamic. Like, the technology that we have now and the speed of information, it just does not match the speed in which our government operates. And that is a distinct failure. We need to have a system that is capable of plugging these loopholes or closing these loopholes, plugging these leaks, however you want, whatever analogy you want to use, as they come about. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be. It has to be made more dynamic, more responsive. And I think that it's possible, but it will only be possible once we get these large financial investors, once we get the financial influence out of our political system, then we'll be able to make changes in a way that are more dynamic. But I don't think that'll happen until we're able to do that.
Eggs, there's sourdough, there's lots of things here, honey. And if eating like one of the best soccer players,
which makes a sense with the travel of information, the amendment process should have gotten easier and legislation faster has gotten slower. Yeah, because there's this is one of the reasons why I believe that the Democratic Party is a controlled opposition party. Like, I think that is by design. Or, sorry, I don't think that it's by design for our government to be slow. I'm saying I think the strategy of the the financial influencers in our political system, I think it's their intention to make things slower. For example, like when you see votes that like, was it last year's big booty cheeks bill? How there was a government shutdown, right? Because Democrats were in opposition to the large tax breaks for the ultra wealthy, right? And then after weeks, what do you have? You have like 7 Democrats that flipped. And every single one of those 7 Democrats was either stated that they were not running for re-election, or they were not up for a re-election this cycle. Like, that is the perfect demonstration of controlled opposition. Like, they wanted to approve this, even though they're supposed to be against it ideologically, but they wanted to get it through. Their financial, the party's financial supporters wanted it to go through because obviously they're wealthy, you know. They want the tax breaks, they want the corporate breaks, right? So what does the Democratic Party do? They pick just enough legislators that are in, there's no threat to their upcoming candidates campaign in order to get it through. It has gotten slower, like copyright law and Disney. I don't know what that has to do. I mean, I've seen Disney play footsies with Ron DeSantis. Like one day they're pro LGBT, and then the next day they're not, and they're capitulating to Ron DeSantis. Like, I don't know. I haven't really followed that, but I don't know what that has to do with this conversation. It's a large company that's going to expand to as large of an audience, as large of a consumer base as possible, at the expense of whoever's in their way. Like, that is financial interest controlling the government and using control. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Exactly. Like, honestly, I really believe that no matter what the topic is, every single problem that we are experiencing in our political system today can be traced back to financial influence. Every single one. I guarantee it. Every single problem.
Fight against you.
My name is Lance Twiggs.
On Thursday, prosecutors played an interview with Tyler Robinson's former roommate and romantic partner, describing the moment they first saw each other the day after the shooting of Charlie Kirk.
I just asked him.
Wish we had talented legislators. I think he meant legislators, an actual statesman. Yeah, me too. Me too. I think we're seeing more. You know, like, I still believe that the progressive policies and the DSA, like, I see the DSA as an insurgent political movement. Like, I truly believe that. And even though they don't have enough influence to, they don't have enough influence currently to be the decision makers, they are gaining enough traction and gaining enough influence to shift the needle in our favor. You know what I mean? I think we're starting to see that shift. No, I mean the entirety of the legislatures. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, so I don't think talent is necessary. Like, I don't think talent is inherently required. And the reason I say that is I think that the intention, the motivation, if you go into it, even if you don't have legislative experience, you know what I mean? If you go into it with the idea and the intention, like the legitimate intention that I am going to do whatever I can to fix the parts in our system that is fucking people over, then as long as if you're motivated to learn, if you're motivated to improve, if you're motivated to get better, and you are well intentioned, then it's going to eventually work. You know what I mean? Like you're eventually going to have the knowledge and experience to make a positive difference. So I would rather elect someone with no legislative experience that is honestly and legitimately motivated to make things better than somebody with 20 years of experience that's only like submitted 2 or 3 bills and like co-signed 2 or 3 pieces of legislation. You know what I mean? Because like, what's the point? Like that in Denver, the race in Denver from a couple weeks ago, that Diana, I think it's Baguette, but I keep thinking baguette, like the bread. So I'm just going to keep calling her Diana Baguette. She'd been in Congress like 30 years. And I want to say that like 2 pieces of her legislation has ever gotten approved and like signed. Like that's absurd. Like she's worthless, absolutely worthless. And even though she might have progressive policies, or even though she might be, she might be considered mostly progressive. I think she was. Like it was absolutely worthless. Like it could have been an empty chair and nobody would have noticed the difference during her time, her 30 years. Like a single James Madison would make a lot of difference in the legislature right now. Have you read some of his legislation besides the amendments? I have not. So, it depends on if he were a senator or a representative, I think. Because a senator is a larger percentage of that legislative base than a representative is. Because honestly, if he were to sponsor or co-sponsor some legislation in today's system, it would still have to go through the committee, which would take weeks to months. Then it would have to go through each chamber of Congress, which could take weeks and months. And then it would go back to the committee for approval, which could take more weeks. Like even if he were to exist in today's government, I don't think that he alone would be able to overcome the flaws in the current system. Yes, but only representatives can make bills regarding budget. I mean, that may be that. Yeah, like even so, it doesn't matter. The Senate cannot create bills on certain subjects. So the topic of the bill is not what I'm concerned with. Like that's not the point I'm trying to make. It's the fact that the system, as it stands today, is slow, intentionally so, lethargic, and basically unresponsive to the will of the voters. And that's a problem.
Now we're all, thank you, Lori Panda. Now you just made a...
And I just don't think one person and even if it were Madison himself, I just don't think he would have enough influence to make a significant change. It takes, like, this is why I keep talking up like the DSA and the progressive movement, because it does take a movement. Like, this is why you see, like, not only is Fox News freaking the fuck out, but so is like the typically left-leaning media ecosystem is freaking out. Because they see that it is a movement. They see that not only is it working in New York, but they see that it's working in Colorado. They see that it's working in a swing state like Michigan, right? They see that it's working in Wisconsin, and they are freaking out because this movement has the possibility to get a foothold on a larger percentage to just 1 or 2 positions. Like AOC by herself wasn't going to do shit, you know? Is intentionally slow, but is meant to be slow at the federal level, fast at the state level to buy time for the federal level to catch up. If only the states would stop having their thumb up their ass. I disagree. I don't think states have their thumb up their ass. I think they know exactly what they're doing. I believe that the states know exactly what they're doing. and I'm going to use my state of Texas as an example. There were, I want to say, like 17 ballot measures this past, I want to say it was last, I think it was last November. 13 or 17, I don't remember. And the overwhelming majority of them were tax breaks. But not a single one of the tax breaks was beneficial towards the lower economic classes. There was a property tax credit, which means that the school systems were going to have access to less funding. There was a capital gains tax. It was a ballot measure that would put it into the Texas Constitution that in the future Texas would never be allowed to tax capital gains on like stock, or even not even stock, but just property in general. And like, who does that benefit? Like, poor people don't have like stock portfolios. Poor people don't have homes that they own. They don't have property, you know? Like, none of these proposed pieces of legislation, even though they were worded in a way to sound like they were tax breaks, none of them benefited the vast majority of people. So I think they know exactly what they're doing. I don't think they have their thumb up their ass at all, you know? Then they are antithetical to the point of this republic and have committed dereliction of duty to the union. Actually, I don't know if I wasn't streaming when this ballot was coming up. They're supposed to handle things that the feds can't or haven't caught up to. They're supposed to supplement the other half of sovereignty. See a final solution for the nation is required and thus have dishonored our people. So look, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to find these ballot measures. So I want you to see exactly what was on the Texas state legislative ballot last year. I think it was last fall or last spring. I don't remember. But I'm going to try to find it.
300 kilometers in the wrong direction.
Give me a minute.
So Dan and I had to get a last-minute bus across Yucatan and gear up for a much longer sea voyage, if we were actually going to be allowed to set sail at all. Which is a pretty annoying situation to be in, but it was only exacerbated by the fact that the Mexican bus company chose the worst possible movies to play.
There are so many movies in the world. Why did the Mexican bus have to play the one of everyone dying at sea? What the fuck is this? I hate this. Also, these boats are so much better than ours.
And if that wasn't spooky enough, we got another call from Alex to scare us even more.
Trump's comments this morning where Trump was just saying, yeah, I can take it.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of making Cuba. I think I can do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth. They're a very weakened nation.
Oh, I fucking hate it. It actually changes the way I look at Twitter now because everything I read scares the crap out of me. Like, hearing just like everyone's opinions on this thing is so upsetting. I'm just like, just shut up. Just don't talk about it. Just leave me alone.
But we finally arrived to Progreso Harbor and it was time to see our boat.
I have not seen our boat. I've heard some horrible things about it, but I haven't seen it.
What's the best case scenario?
I don't know. Well, that's the thing.
I have it saved somewhere. I wish I could find it.
I want to see a local walk past and go, good boat.
But we finally arrived to Progreso Harbor and it was time to see our boat. The only problem is no one from the flotilla was here yet, so we're just a couple of gringos in a fishing town trying to work out which boat is ours.
I'm really hoping it's that.
You didn't hear my intro music, did you? I found some new intro music.
Look at
I don't think you joined in time.
All
Let
I
me know
could
if you
really
caught it or
tell
not.
was that these were definitely
Oh, no,
100% fishing boats.
Oh yeah, you smell that.
Yeah, that's pretty potent. I guess we're
They
on.
said blue and white, which is.
That could be one of them.
Oh fuck, is that one wooden?
Yeah.
We got the one wooden one.
After a little while, the other activists showed up and we were about to get our first glimpse of
Frustrates me because the founders and even the documents lay out how the republic's supposed to work and explains in painstaking detail, and yet they're just like, it's old and outdated. Well, see, here's the thing. Like, they are the states, for example, what I'm giving you in Texas, they are doing, in terms of the process, they are doing exactly what they are allowed to do in the process. They are putting measures on the ballot. They are giving people the opportunity to vote for it. But I think what the founders didn't take into consideration is the degree and levels of influence that that propaganda tactics have. Like, of course they had propaganda in their time. Of course they did. But I don't think that they ever imagined how like the degree to which it could be distributed and influence the opinions of the masses the way we see it today. That's kind of what I think, because Texas is doing it in a way that is legal. Like, the Texas legislature voted to use public school funding for private school vouchers. You know what I mean? Like, we, the people of Texas, voted for those elected officials. And they did that on our behalf, right? But I just don't think, but something that they never do is actually, they're not honest with the people on the negative effects of that legislation. You know what I mean?
There's a long leg.
Any state that runs a surplus in their budget shouldn't be getting federal assistance besides equal access and what is required by the Constitution. Yeah, I think I would say I would agree with that last statement, but I think there needs to be a stipulation in there. And that is, if a state, no state should be able to run a surplus at the same time they are depriving people of benefits. You know what I mean? Like, that's what pisses me off about Texas. Texas has a surplus. But they are absolutely refusing to use that surplus to fund schools. They're refusing to use the surplus to benefit people in need. So, but hey, it's legal, so states' rights.
It's time. It's time to get back to podcasting. You know it to be true. You know this is the right thing to do. Hayvan ya. Hayvan.
What I also didn't take into account is that the fishermen here all around us live with...
My brother is knocking on the door like he's the goddamn police.
Still trying to find these
the
ballot
constant
measures.
fear of getting bombed every time they set sail to do their job.
Like, I created a freaking PowerPoint presentation.
Murat! Murat! Hayvan gibi aç.
They did theorize about the scenario, though. They didn't think it relevant due to factors like distance from popular people and influence from those with a loud voice. Yeah, like, there's a lot of things that, like, there's no way the founders could have imagined. Like, they could have, like, I'm willing to bet that they saw technology improving steadily over their lifetime. I'm sure of that. However, if you were to tell them that in 200 years, less than 200 years, we will have the capability of flying across the ocean in a few hours, they would not believe it. I guarantee it. Like, there's just no way that they could have believed that to be true. So, yeah, that's why, like, I believe in the foundation, you know, the concept, but it's just not, it wasn't designed, I don't think it was designed to be as fluid as it needs to be, as dynamic as it needs to be.
Así es, muy bonito.
Unfortunately, we had to end our tour of this guy's much more comfortable and sturdier boat because our aid truck started coming in and it was time to somehow get 30 tons of food and medicine onto this boat. Now, we didn't just have 3 big trucks, but also a bunch of like nice everyday people heard what was going on and drove up and brought their own donations. It was really beautiful. You know, it was a lot of work, but the energy was great. Everyone was singing the whole time, so even when you're on your 50th sack of beans and you're
not the
rips
PowerPoint
apart
that I created,
and
which is
spill
what I
beans
really
everywhere,
want,
you need to like take...
The PowerPoint that I created, it was November 4th, 2025. I had created a PowerPoint that actually that put into legitimate terms what these ballot measures were going to result in. The system isn't running on this foundation, so we don't know how it would properly run. All right, let me see. Let me put it up here. Boop. All right. Oh. How to close this? Get out of here. Nope, get out of here. Get out of here. There we go. Okay, all right. Let's see. So this one was okay because it provided additional funding for this Texas technical college system. So like, this is like, it may have been done for a bad reason, but it was a good thing. You know what I mean? My gut is telling me that there is somebody set to financially benefit from this on the back end. That's my guess. But nonetheless, it provided funding for college. Cool. So here we go. This one, the constitutional amendment prohibiting the imposition of a tax on the realized or unrealized gains of an individual, family, estate, or trust. Meaning, what this means is that in Texas, your realized or unrealized capital gains are not allowed to be taxed by the state at all. This includes when property is passed, like if parents pass away and they give their home to their children, there is no tax imposed on that based on the difference in value between the purchase price at the time and the current value. Whereas before they allowed for that. But again, something like this, you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, we don't want them to tax our shit. Like, we don't want them to tax our shit more. But the percentage of this state that has a significant holding in terms of property or things of other value like stocks is tiny. You know, it's not. So not only does that prevent the state from, taxing these people, but it just all this does is it makes sure that wealth continues to be accrued at the top. That's what it does. It prevents any potential backflow. You know what I mean? That's it. I love how even the state constitution still used bits of Old English and the stylization of the 1700s. The constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail under certain circumstances to persons accused of certain offenses punishable as a felony. So this sounds great in theory. You're thinking, if somebody's been charged with a violent crime, I don't want them back on the street, right? However, the wording, what this means is that any felony, regardless of the type of felony, it could be like they could be like 1 gram of marijuana over the felony, right? Like, they could just have some, I don't know. All this does is expands the justification for a privatized prison system. That's all this does. There are no limits. That amendment is poorly worded, intentionally. I mean, there's more words to it, but what I'm saying is the purpose of this amendment isn't intended. This is like gerrymandering. They say we're partisan gerrymandering. We know you're racially gerrymandering, right? We know that. This is similar in that the wording makes it seem like we're trying to keep felons off the street, but the intended goal is to make sure that there's a justification for the expansion of funding for privatized prison system. That's it. The private prison lobby loves this shit because it guarantees their prison base expands, and therefore they can get more money from the government because of it. Amendments must be clear and concise. There are no limits on the legislature. No true limit is dangerous power. Constitutions are meant to protect the people. Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Constitutional amendment dedicated a portion of revenue derived from state sales and use of taxes to the Texas Water Fund to provide for the allocation and use of that revenue. So, this sounds good in theory, but I did some research. I did some research on this. I was like, oh, cool. They want to fund, they want to fund our water system. Like, they want to make sure that people have better access to water. However, after doing some research, I found that the company was the company that was going to see the funding from this proposition was hand-selected by Governor Abbott. So they had basically already won the contract without having to compete for the contract. What happened is Greg Abbott is friends with somebody on the board of this company, and they went to him and they said, hey, we want to do this, but we need government funding. And Abbott's like, I got you, fam. So that's what this is. Yeah, but this is research that normal people aren't going to do. They're going to look at it. They're going to look at it in the beginning. They're like, yeah, we need to improve our water system here. Yeah, absolutely. Without looking behind the curtain. These people are bad drafters. So you have to keep in mind, this is not the actual amendment. What this is the wording that was on the ballot. This is not the entire amendment. No amendment should ever handle funding like that. I think the states are trying to use amendments to pass legislation without the consent of the legislature or to bypass things. Trick the people. Yes, to trick the people. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. It's to trick the people. This is the wording that was on the ballot. This is not the entire wording of the amendment. I just want to make that clear. The constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation tangible personal property consisting of animal feed held by the owner of the property for sale at retail. I don't remember specifically this. I remember I voted for it. I think what it did was farmers or what do you call it, like livestock, people who had large quantities of livestock. It basically prevented the state from repeatedly taxing them on the feed that they had in storage. Something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but I do remember this is one of the ones I was like, yeah, sure, fine. I voted yes on it. They should mail out all propositions and amendments to the people in full with Federalist paper, like essays explaining how they work. That would be freaking awesome. Most people wouldn't read it, but it would be better than what we have now. The constitutional amendment prohibiting legislature from enacting. Prohibiting? So this is another one where it's like, it basically prevents any Texas legislative body in the future from doing this. From enacting a law imposing an occupation tax on certain entities, we don't know which ones, it's just certain ones, that enter into transactions conveying securities or imposing a tax on certain securities transactions. Meaning people who make large volumes of stock trades, it doesn't get taxed. If they don't read it, then they shouldn't be voting on this stuff. Like, you gotta understand, old people love voting. It doesn't matter what it is. Like, they're gonna vote. If you have the time to vote, then you should have the time to read on what. I agree completely. So I agree that if you have the time to vote, then you should have time to read on what you're voting for. However, you have to take into account that there are other factors at play. Look at how busy we are like generally speaking, the vast majority of the population is busy as fuck constantly. You got two parents, like if you have kids, you got two parents that are working, then they're taking care of their kids, and then they're making dinner. You know, like right there. Like we have gone from a one household income economy into two. Like in order to have a comfortable standard of living, you have to have two people earning a stable income in any given household, whether it's a roommate or a significant other. You have to. And because of that, like we are busy as fuck. Like that is by design. Like this is another reason why the right wing is trying to gut our education system. They don't want us to have the time to learn, and they don't want us to have the capacity to utilize critical thinking skills. Like they don't want it. They want people to look at this and just say like, "Oh yeah, that sounds good. I'll vote for it." That's what they want. Like it's not. I agree that people should, but what I'm saying is, in today's society, it is by design that our time is being constantly taken by other shit. That's by design. All right, what's this? Constitutional amendment authorized the legislature to provide for an exemption from ad valorem taxation, blah, 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 blah. Oh, market value of the residence homestead of the surviving spouse or spouse of a veteran. Okay, so I voted yes on this one because basically, I mean, this is, I researched all of these, before I voted, because I was already studying for school and stuff. But this is basically so that, like, if you're the surviving spouse of a veteran, you're not taxed to shit when you sell your home. You know what I mean? So I voted for that. I was like, it's for veterans. Obviously, I'm biased towards veterans, but legitimately, like, if you go into military service and you die while in service, then, like, I think, just on a human level, I think you deserve to be. I think you and your surviving family deserve a little bit of financial grace, right? Like you lost the most valuable thing that you have, which is your time on this earth. You lost it, so why not give those surviving spouses a tax break? You know what I mean? Constitutional amendment prohibit the legislature from imposing death taxes applicable to students' property or transfer. Okay, so again, this proposition tied into the earlier one. Up here, dedicated portion of the revenue. So basically, it just ties together where it's like they want to make sure that people don't have their inheritance taxed. That's it. So I know some people would think, I don't know what you think on this, but some people think they spent all their time on this earth gathering this wealth. They should be able to give it to their surviving loved ones as they see fit. Without the state or the federal government having their hands in it. So that is true to an extent. However, if you prevent, or if a legislature prevents the taxation of that inheritance, it prevents that accumulated wealth. It prevents 100% of that accumulated wealth from being redistributed to the system. Not distributed to poor people, you know what I mean? But like just to the system in general. It basically collects and stays there. You know what I mean? So that's what this does. So I voted no on this. And like almost every single one of these passed, man, is infuriating. By like big numbers too. Like I don't think any of them were close. But yeah, I mean, someone's going to read this and they're like, no, and they're thinking like, no, if I want to give my house to my kid, like, why should the state get to tax that? You know what I mean? That's the, what's it called? That's the, there's a term for it. for when something is like, you just say a phrase and it's like, it's easily understandable because of that, like a simple phrase. Oh my gosh, why can't I think of it? God damn it. Anyway, that's what it is. Constitutional amendment authorized legislature to exempt, more taxation exemption. Personal property held used for the production of income. Okay, so actually I voted yes on this one. So this is like if you own a small business and you operate your business from your home, it allows a person, if they operate a small business from their home, it allows them to claim a tax exempt status on a portion of their home. The portion of their home that is used for, like let's say they have a room, a studio. For example, if I actually have the time and the knowledge to expand my Twitch stream, for example, then as a small business owner, I could claim a tax exemption status for the portion of my home that is used for streaming, because that is my small business. That is a portion of my income. Is also dangerous because money in circulation must be controlled. If a large amount is added, then it can destabilize it. I'm not talking about trillions of dollars. I'm talking about what I'm talking about is if somebody who has like 10 to 20 million dollars worth of wealth and they pass away and they pass along the inheritance onto their children or grandchildren, whatever. I'm talking about like maybe $1 million of that. Because like they collect the state collects $1 million in taxes out of the 10 million that's passed along. Like that's legitimately, I'm not talking about like I want to sanction Elon Musk and I want to use all his money to like actually, I want to use the money, I want to use his wealth to refurbish schools across the country, especially the ones in low income areas. You know what I mean? Like that's my number one priority. That's what I would do. Like I would sell off every freaking thing that he owns and use every dollar to refurbish every single school in this country. Modernize every single school in this country. That's what I would do. But I'm not talking about that. Like I'm not talking about dumping $1 trillion of wealth into the economy and saying good luck. That's not what I'm talking about. That money should still be released in liquid amount and set amounts over time, even to those inheriting it, to prevent massive flooding. Like, I am of the opinion, in the example I gave, if a person with $10 million of accrued wealth passes away, and obviously not in Texas anymore, but in a logical society, $1 million of that gets taxed. So the state gets a portion, $1 million, 10%, whoop-de-frickin-do. And that goes directly into funding the state's education system. Like, I don't know. That seems, I don't know. It just seems like the best motive. Let's see what else we got here. But I think even though, here's the big one. Here's the big one. All right. Someone inheriting 40 million could just go around on a buying spree and fuck with the market in their area or even multiple locations over. No, I'm not. Okay, so like you got to remember, you have to remember that people are not inheriting a bank account with $40 million in it. Like you have to remember that. They don't have the capability of dumping $40 million into the economy. What's getting passed along, people this wealthy, they don't have $40 million in a bank account. I mean, well, I don't know, Elon Musk might, but that's a different story. I'm not talking about that. But when tens of millions get passed along, it's in the form of wealth, not money. You know? So even if that gets passed along, they don't have the capability of just dumping that much money back into the economy. You know? Like it's in the form of stocks. It's in the form of stock portfolios. It's in the form of bonds. It's in the form of homes. It's in the form of businesses. It's in the form of other property. That's what the wealth that I'm talking about. So like what I'm saying is if somebody has a, let's say, a $5 million mansion, they pass away, they give it to their loved one, then I think that the value of that home should be taxed. There should be an inheritance tax as though it were sold. Like, they shouldn't have to pay the full price for the home. I'm not saying that. They shouldn't have to rebuy it. But they should have to pay a tax on the current value, is my opinion. And if they are unable to do that, then they need to sell the home. And in either case, money gets put in any of those instances, money gets put back into the economy, whatever the tax amount is. Same with taking loans out against those assets. Yeah, like that should be, oh God, that should be illegal. Like that nationwide. This is, when I saw this one, I was freaking pissed. Like I'm a homeowner, so this is something that would benefit me financially. However, this proposition right here basically meant that if you file for a homestead exemption, meaning if this is your primary residence, which mine is, you $100,000 of the value of the home is exempt from the property tax rate. Okay? What this proposition did is it expanded that from 100 to 140,000. So it passed, which means I get to take advantage of that tax break. However, the fact that the number one source of school funding comes in the form of property taxes, which is why inner city schools are so shitty. What this means is that every single home in the state of Texas, now $140,000 of the value of their home is exempt from property taxes. So like, I think I saw I think it was like a $50 to a $60 drop in my mortgage, because my property taxes are included in the mortgage. So if you think if every single home in the state of Texas sees a drop in their property taxes, and this is per month, like $50 per month to whatever the top value is, think of how much that harms the funding for school districts. That pissed me off. I don't think you should be forced to sell an inherited asset if you can't pay the tax on it, but rather do a payment plan thing like a mortgage. I would be fine with that. Yeah, if you don't have the cash on hand to afford the inheritance tax, then a payment plan, absolutely. I'm perfectly fine with that, because it would still achieve the same result, which is that inherited, that funding, the finances would be reintroduced back into the system, and it would prevent a collection of wealth at the top. It would achieve the same goal. So I would be perfectly fine with that. The legislature can't just essentially force people to sell their property to the bank via outrageous taxes. Yeah, that's fine. But oh man, like this one pissed me off so bad. Because like my kids are in school, right? And not only does it personally affect the value of my children's education, but even if I weren't in school, I want the next generations to have a good education, right? Like, I want the next generations to provide enough value to our society so that when I am older, I don't have to worry about dying on the street, because everybody's freaking broke, because nobody knows how to read anymore, right? So this is what's infuriating. But I think you have the idea of like the kind of shit that Texas does to make sure that, because again, most poor people don't own a home. Like you can be poor and own a home. I think I fit into that category. But most poor people do not. They rent, right? But anyway, this is the kind of bullshit that Texas does. to give you an idea.
Be terrified by the concept that there are millions of people in there that are living without the basic necessities of life. I guess at least we made it. This Coast Guard was the first Cuban I spoke to. He asked if I'd been to Cuba before, and when I told him I came 14 years ago, he immediately told me I probably have a 13-year-old kid here. And I was honestly a little bit embarrassed to know that my kid's first impression of me will be this, a guy that looks like absolute shit, but whatever. We made it back to experience this brutal communist dictatorship once again.
They have a giant statue of Jesus.
Well, maybe it's all going to be okay after all.
Yeah.
We need to look for the things we have in common.
Yeah, we all love Jesus.
And just keep in mind, like, this form of propaganda that's used, where it's written in a way that is easily misunderstood. This is not something that's limited to legislating. A giant statue of Jesus is based. We were having our conversation on Discord about immigration, and that same style of propaganda is what's been used to trick people into thinking that immigrants are going to completely take over the country. You know, that like they use that type of propaganda to push the Great Replacement theory, which is just a racist ideology. So, oh my gosh, why can I not think of this word? You know what? Hold on. I really want to think of this word.
I feel more like a shell.
Oh, yours is crispy?
Yeah, mine's right off.
Mine's
Nice, you're going salamander.
Yeah. Crazy how much your mind ignores when you're on the boat. Like on land, I need a shit so bad. Like my whole body's just fucking.
Dude, this entire
Heuristic.
video
That's what it is.
Literally
I just
one
remembered before I even finished typing it up. A heuristic. So something that is a heuristic means, in case you didn't know, but I'm gonna refresh the memory, is a short, easily identifiable word or phrase or symbol that that people understand in a broader message. For example, I'll give you a good example of a heuristic. When Trump was running and he kept saying, build the wall, build the wall, build the wall. He wasn't just saying he wanted to build a wall. It was a heuristic so that everybody understood that he wanted to be very hard on immigration. It covered the whole gamut of his immigration policy. That is an example of a heuristic. And that is the method that is, I mean, it's prominent across all political spaces, but it is exceptionally more prevalent in right-wing politics.
Operation for Latin America is called Operation Total Extermination.
What the fuck?
Operation Doing What the Devil Says.
Give you an example of another heuristic. Birth tourism. That is a heuristic.
Yeah. Total extermination, but I'm here.
It's just so lame, hey? It's just so obviously just a computer game playing kid.
Yeah.
Has suddenly too much power, you know?
But if I thought the news on my phone was bad, it was even worse on Dan's phone when he tried to access his bank account.
You're blocked from online services because you're in a sanctioned country or region. And then, oh, well, like I need to buy a sandwich. See details. We are obliged to manage our international sanctions risk, so you cannot buy a sandwich.
That's so nuts that a random fucking Australian bank will just like...
Yeah, this is a part of the reality of the sanctions, is that you can be a country, you can be the bank of a country that has nothing to do with America at all. You can be an Australian bank who will refuse to allow you to operate in Cuba because it's a sanctioned country, because Australia, the bank is worried that America will punish them.
Like get rid of your account.
Yeah.
If you do anything,
you cannot do anything. And then I'm like, okay, cool. Well, I'll go and get a VPN thing. And then look, like I try to download this one. The App Store is unavailable in the country.
Oh, you got fucked.
Yeah, I can't even VPN. All I want is a sandwich. I'm sanctioned.
That sucks for you, dude.
Why don't you spot me something? Come on.
I got my VPN on time.
Come on, just a little bit.
You gotta look at
You're
it.
complicit in this.
Cuba's a communist country. That's why things are so bad right now. I'm gonna learn from Cuba's mistakes.
You're just sanctioning me as well.
No, you know what? I think the value.
I don't know how the fuck he even had. You don't really need a VPN, but I don't really know how the fuck he even had internet at all when he was there. I'll be honest with you, that shit was impossible. Like, it was genuinely impossible.
The value of money to you is actually so much more than it is to me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna loan you the money.
Hotel Wi-Fi, dog. I was in a hotel too. I'm telling you, the hotel Wi-Fi was always out.
If you want $5 now, you have to give me $50 in a month.
Right. It's like a World Bank loan.
Yeah. You have to change. You have to restructure some of this stuff.
A little bit of changes. I'd like you to organize your wallet.
Yeah.
A little bit of financial management.
Now, to be fair, even if Cam was allowed to access his bank account, pretty much all the ATMs are down because of the energy shortages. So since I'm the guy who, took out money before the trip and, I need Dan to hold the camera and not be dead, I decided I won't let him starve for now. But anyway, the rest time was over and we had to find our way to the hospital to hand off all the aid that we brought. So the problem was that the hospital was like 10 kilometers away and it's incredibly difficult to get a taxi with barely any fuel in the country. But luckily, with the help of a world famous soccer player called Xi Jinping, Cuba set up a factory just outside of Havana pumping out thousands of these electric tuk-tuks, in response to the US cutting off all fuel from the country. It was pretty strange getting our first actual glimpse of Cuba. The streets were so empty compared to 14 years ago, and because the fuel blockade made driving nearly impossible, you had to go for all these weaker vehicles that used renewable energy, like, these 2 horsepower tuk-tuks or this 1 horsepower horse. But we finally arrived to this children's hospital that specializes in cardiovascular care, and it honestly felt surreal seeing all this aid reach its destination. And something tells me the nurses couldn't believe it either. For the past couple of months, all I could think about was this flotilla, but somehow the only thing I actually thought about was the flotilla as a political stunt, right? Getting on the boat and exposing to the world that the US is killing people through their blockade of Cuba, and hopefully, inspiring people and governments around the world to take action. But I didn't actually think about the real people that are going to receive the aid that we're bringing. Like, there are children in this hospital whose lives are going to be dramatically affected by this, 30 tons of food, medicine, and solar panels that we filled our little boat with. And honestly, I hadn't thought about the real world impact of that.
Es algo maravilloso. Nos hacía falta. Ay Dios, ahora yo lo vengo sabiendo desde hace antes de la anunciar y me despertó ahí.
Gracias a ustedes por venir. Ustedes están haciendo una cosa. Miren, no es solo lo que ustedes aporten. Están arriesgándose, vienen aquí a que después lleguen allá y lo puedan crear problemas, le quieran meter. Eso es una cosa que no tiene precio. Agradecerles a ustedes lo que están haciendo y nos da un estímulo para seguir que ustedes no se pueden imaginar.
It was actually so nice seeing where all our aid was going, but it felt like a drop in the water. The hospital was running out of everything, from like medications to medical machines to simple things like gauze and bandages.
En un hospital del país, donde podamos hablar cualquier país, hacen un reporte o dicen se rompió este equipo. Y no obstante viene el privado, dice bueno, esta pieza cuesta tanto y al momento se lo pone. En el caso de nosotros no es tan así. Nosotros tenemos que hacer una contratación, ver si no nos está prohibido vendernos al país por el tema del bloqueo. Entonces se encarece todo y se demora mucho más que en cualquier mundo por esta situación. Aquí hacemos.
Yeah, there are entire fucking graveyards of perfectly fixable equipment in Cuba that simply will never be repaired because one tiny component was broken. And it's a proprietary piece of technology. And the company that they purchased it from has decided now that they're worried about American sanctions, so they won't send the components necessary to fix it. It's horrifying.
Abierta, en este caso, necesita muchos recursos de las tablets. Estoy seguro que si no tuviéramos ese bloqueo fuera lo más rápido posible.
Tenemos dinero
dinero a veces en los bancos y no podemos utilizarlo porque hay bancos en algunos países que no aceptan transacciones con Cuba.
Like, one of the most insane aspects of this, someone say your country deserves the Israel treatment for this. Yes, it's true. And if in a just world, we would be a pariah state in the same way that Israel is. I mean, after all, half of Israel's crimes is because we allow them to do it. And the other half is because we give them the weapons to do it. Now, one of the most insane aspects of this is that it's totally unnecessary. Okay? This kind of cruelty is unbelievably unnecessary. And as a matter of fact, there's an argument to be made about removing these setbacks and actually allowing Cuba to thrive, which could be beneficial for America as well. We just choose to be cruel to these people. Genuinely. And no, it's not Trump. This is every president, with the exception of Barack Obama, has continued this in some way, shape, or form. Barack Obama was the first American president that actually eased and allowed Cuba room to breathe, room to develop. It was actually a tremendously positive moment for Cuba's future. So as much as I shit on Obama, and I don't think he went hard enough, I've told you guys this already. I spoke to the Cubans, like government officials, and they literally, I was like, so why do you think Obama did this? And they were like, we have no idea. Okay? They don't even know why Obama did it. Like, they couldn't even believe it.
Lacking supplies and equipment is just like one of the many issues that they have to deal with here.
Man, he did that shit for his legacy on his way out the door. He didn't give a fuck. What are you talking about? That's not true. No, it was Ben Hamas Rhodes, for the record. And it was the only, and it was not, you're thinking of Biden. Oh, Biden.
Simplemente el hecho de no tener combustible para poder bombear agua en una ciudad y tener abastecimiento de agua en un hospital, y sabemos lo que implica eso, es un gran problema de salud, de higiene.
Hay que estar muy atentos al uso de combustible. Por ejemplo, hay un área que no es posible que esté encendida, que es la parte de las consultas y demás, porque el combustible hay que ahorrarlo para la forma general, porque tenemos una terapia intensiva donde hay pacientes.
Did Austin Ox edit this one too? Does it say? Because I feel like he's using the same exact. He's using the same exact subtitles that I use. And also the same soundtrack.
Oh.
Motherfucker, did you
who do you think is probably the best legislator in Congress? So currently there are two congressional legislators that have made many like quality wise, not experience. Yeah. I'm getting there. So there are two currently that really stand out. They are pushing for legislation that is responsive to the people. And that would be Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey. They have been working together not only on the Epstein stuff, but I think as well as like AI legislation. So like, but this is just current, like within the last, I'd say within the last year and a half, you know what I mean? My immediate pick would be those two. I'm sure there are more. I'm sure that there are other legislators that have either sponsored or co-sponsored more pieces of legislation. And also the Israel stuff too. They both work together to, for example, there is a current piece of legislation that will allow the Israeli military complete access to Department of Defense technology and equipment, basically unfettered access and intelligence. But they are not required to return those in any form or fashion back to us. So like this legislation, this amendment will grant them full access to our Department of Defense and intelligence assets, but we have no access or access to theirs in any way. So it's a one-way street, basically. It's intended, the Israel lobby is pushing for this because they see how much the public is disgusted with the things that they are doing to the Palestinians. And they know that, generally speaking, they are not popular. They're not popular on the left because of their human rights violations. They're not popular on the right because, like the America First crowd, because like, why are we doing this for another country, right? So they see it. So they're trying to tie themselves into our government in a more tightly knit way. Now, Massey and Ro Khanna, they have both pushed for an amendment that would cut this out of that piece of legislation. They're trying to get rid of that. That's another thing that they have been pushing for. But we'll see. Massey is a decent legislator, and his ability to draft stuff on their own is quite impressive. He doesn't use as many legal experts when it comes to structure, if I recall correctly, but only for like final checks for consistency. No foreign government, let alone military, should have DoD assets besides that of the Indian tribes within the United States as per our treaties. Are you familiar with the piece of legislation that I'm talking about? Like, is that ringing a bell? I'm sure I've talked about it on stream before, but I don't know if you've looked into it any more on your own since I talked about it before. Because it's a funding bill. It is a funding bill. I believe so. Okay, yeah. If I think it's on the House. I think it's on the House. I believe. I think it's out of committee. And I don't believe that the House has put it to the floor for debate yet. I think that's where it's at.
Look at this.
But yeah, those two, in this current administration, those two legislators have impressed me the most. But not only because of their bipartisanship, but because of their responsiveness to the will of the people. You know what I mean? That's what impresses. Those two aspects impress me the most. And it's disgusting that Massey lost his primary to a candidate that was backed by, like, I want to say about $50 million in AIPAC funding.
Dude, less convincing by a majority of voters is a reason to vote against him. Yeah, because ties to Hassan Piker is an incredibly stupid line of attack. That's why.
Now, there are other legislators that I like in terms of their policy, but they have not been successful because of the pushback. You know what I mean? For example, AOC, right? A lot of people on the right hate her. They say she's annoying, blah, blah, blah. Fine. You don't have to like her voice, but she's been talking like they completely propagandize the right against the Green New Deal, right? But the fact is, she has been pushing to expand renewable energy. That is part of the Green New Deal. She has been pushing for that since she's been in Congress. And look at where we are. We are completely beholden to the will of a 21-mile strait in the Middle East, right? And the current administration has been trying to gut renewable resource production. Solar, wind, water, so on and so forth. How much more stable would our energy supply in the United States be if that part of her policy had been supported by the by the legislators at the same rate that it was supported by the people. You know what I mean? So there are other legislators that that impress me based on their policies and their goals. But in terms of overall action and like the footprint that they have made, Massey and Ro Khanna, I think, have made the biggest impact recently. I don't like the Green New Deal for obvious reasons besides the name, of course. The name, though, definitely doesn't help convince me for reasons. Yeah, again, this is a heuristic. Like, this is another example of a heuristic. What, kitty? Yeah, like, you just hear that name, and it's easy to propagandize against it. But if you actually go into it and look at it, it is intended to make the United States more energy self-sufficient. It's intended to make our energy costs cheaper. It's intended to make us less reliant on non-renewable resources from the Middle East, right? So sure, it's easy to propagandize against, but that's for people who don't take the time to actually look into it, you know? I have read the Green New Deal, though. Okay.
It's him from other Democrats for you.
Well, one, for the Trump one, I'm not saying I'm proud of it, but there was reasons behind it.
You like, do you really think I just don't like it because of the name? I think that's one strike. I would say the name is one strike. It kind of, my guess is like it just off the name alone. If we're going to do this based on like a point system, I would say just the name alone would put it at -1. So I guarantee you that whether you realize it or not, you went into it with an inherently negative attitude, no matter how minor or obvious that might have been to yourself. That's what I think. But you cannot deny that had the renewable energy goals of that policy been implemented at the time it was initially proposed, that this country would be better off than we currently are today in terms of energy production and energy costs. It funds nonsense and overreaches federal power, invests little into nuclear power, and uses federal lands, but instead tries to federalize or hijack states. Try and do the work for them. Again, like, I don't care. Like, I don't care. So it is rare for me to be 100% behind every single word of a policy proposal. That's just not possible. People don't operate like that. What I'm talking about is, even if we had just pushed, like, just take a part of it. Like, if you just take a part of it, like, nobody had a problem when the federal government funded expanding highways. Like, oh no, it stops the states from building highways. Ugh. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, and Kitty, what the heck? Kitty's meowing, right? And I see the expansion of renewable energy sources as a fundamental part of U.S. infrastructure. That is my opinion. Agree with it or not. In the same way that I believe the internet should be considered part of our infrastructure, in the same way that electricity, when electricity started expanding, that was a big infrastructure boost, right? And even if the federal government didn't control it on a state-by-state basis, there was federal funding provided to make sure that it was accomplished, right? That's what I'm saying. That is what I don't think is an unreasonable ask, you know? And it doesn't infringe on a state's rights to say, here's money, build some fucking solar panels. You know what I mean? Federal government wishes to decrease energy costs, should build on federal lands. Do contractor states pull together funding for their sections like was done before? Also, you don't know the history of the highways, do you? There was a fierce opposition to it. Why do you think it was closed to the public for so long? Why do you think they're called interstate highways? Almost like they were tied to military, transport, and commerce. Okay. I don't know. This is in line with what we're seeing today in terms of renewable energy. You know? Like I see the similarities.
This way in the inside, on the plane. When Roy returned,
again, like, these are aspects, like, I don't care about the minutia of these events. Like, I don't care. Like, the fact is, our interstate system is a part of our national infrastructure. On a national scale, it is part of our infrastructure. The same thing with the electricity, the same thing with telecommunications, the same thing with what was the other thing I said? The internet, right? And I think that same concept needs to be applied to energy usage and consumption. It needs to be addressed with the same urgency that the expansion of our highway system was. That's like, I'm talking in generalizations. I'm talking overall. I don't care about the minutia. Like, I don't care. I don't care about the minutia. Like, I really don't at all. Pick something that works and do it the right way. It's not hard. Majority of the Western states are federal land. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's blatantly obvious to every single person in this country, whether they admit it or not, that reliance on oil as a primary source of energy is going to fuck us. If not now, then sometime in the future.
could save from amputation dozens of thousands
and, you know,
of people a year.
God forbid these freaking
no right
libtards
to harm a country.
construct
But
a few
you're also
solar
harming
panels.
your people.
You know what I mean?
It's
Like,
absurd. It's absurd.
it's so freaking
This US
stupid.
policy of suffocation only really has one explanation.
They don't like the Cuban example. This is fractions of a cent.
These goddamn libtards want me to have a reliable energy source. These goddamn libtards. Ugh. They don't want me to have a truck. They're building solar panels. They're building wind farms because they don't want me to drive a truck. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you know that's not true. Dumbass. Let's see. Solar is not reliable. I don't give a fuck. Neither is oil, obviously. So you can't say I don't care about the details when I claim something that was false. You point out that I was wrong with my example. I try to support my points when I'm here. No. No. When I say I don't care is because I'm speaking in generalizations. I'm saying that trying to get me into the details, I'm not going to, because I don't give a fuck about the details. Like, you could be right. I'm not even saying that you're wrong at all. I'm saying I don't give a fuck. Like, that's what I'm saying. Because the details aren't what's important to me. What's important to me is that we have an energy crisis, and our reliance on non-renewable energy is going to fuck us. The only reason that we are still reliant, or as reliant on oil and gas as we are, is because the companies like Chevron and British Petroleum, renewable energy fucks their prices. It fucks it keeps their CEOs from purchasing their second and third yachts. You know? That's the only reason. And see, like, this whole solar is not reliable. I don't give a fuck. It does not matter how reliable it is. It doesn't. It could be 15% reliable. It could be 90% reliable. It does not matter. The reason it doesn't matter is because the production of solar energy sources will do nothing but benefit us, right? The people that it does not benefit are the oil company CEOs. That's what you have to understand. That's what I'm saying when I don't give a shit about the details, because that's not the point that I'm trying to make. You just claimed it was reliable. Wind and solar are not reliable. Geothermal, blah, blah, nuclear reliable. Okay. I'm not against nuclear either. I'm not against nuclear. Hydrogen dependence on the moon or more. I don't feel like living on the moon, man. I don't think there's a large demand for energy consumption on the moon right now. Transmission via solar tech satellites and down the surface is much better. There's no way. I'm sorry. There is absolutely no way that the cost of creating an energy transmission from the moon to the Earth is cheaper than installing some goddamn solar panels in frickin' New Mexico. I'm sorry. That is absurd. There's no way. Absolutely no way. God damn, like, man, this fucking country has done a number on people. Like, what the fuck? Like, why is the reflexive response to renewable energy sources? Why is the reflexive response, it's not reliable? So what? It's something else. It is something additional. It is a backup. And we might even get it to the point where it is fucking reliable. If we actually had the capability of expanding on it. If we actually had the capability of using it, in a way that wasn't stifled by our fucking government because they're beholden to oil CEOs, maybe we could fucking make it reliable. You know what I mean? I don't understand why this is I do understand why this is the reflexive response. Fucking, god damn. Stupid propaganda bullshit. Solar panels are woke. That's what it is. That's exactly the problem. Solar panels are woke. That's why it's so easy to shit on them. God damn it.
Fuel for logistics and no electricity.
Never said it was
to
cheaper. I
keep
said more reliable. I'll just give you renewable
in
energy
cold
sources
storage
that are reliable.
as is
Why
necessary.
not both?
They can't even move this
why not
product
both?
around. They have some
I don't
precursory
understand.
chemicals.
Why not both? Why? Like what's this? See, I already know where the animosity comes towards solar panels. I already know. It's because solar panels are woke. That's it. Like, I don't understand why there's the correction, I do understand. I don't know why I'm saying I don't understand, because I do understand. Solar panels are woke and they're not reliable. That's why people think they're not reliable, blah, blah, blah. And so what? God forbid we try something else that makes it better for everyone. God fucking forbid, because it's not reliable. Fucking cars. Cars aren't reliable. We still fucking use them. Like, what the fuck? Talk about, like, the degree of reliability is not something that should prevent its implementation or an attempt to better its reliability. Actually, you know what? I want to see.
I wish you
I
a
want to look
faith
at this myself.
far worse than the one you're comfortable
I want to find out.
wishing upon others.
Get a better feel of how regular Cubans are dealing with the unfolding humanitarian crisis. The first patient...
I hope you suffer alone. You know he's already suffering alone. No one who isn't suffering alone would come up with such a fucking evil thing to say.
was Glenda, a 79-year-old woman who was diagnosed with diabetes. And after a checkup, she agreed to chat with us about, how she's been dealing with the blackouts.
¿Es posible saber cuándo no vas a tener
Let's see what the Department of Energy says.
Sí, sí. Pero para mí es muy difícil aprender cómo funciona.
Why go with both when one is better? Yeah, you know what? You know what? That is an excellent point. You know what? Why go with any of them? Because we have oil. Since oil, gas and oil, since we know that it works, we know how it works, fuck everything else. You are absolutely right. Why even try anything else? I think I completely agree. We should stop all solar, wind, nuclear energy production because we know that oil works. Why? Like why go with the other ones? We know oil works. So, you know what? I agree. 100%. God, like I think you're onto something here. That is an excellent point. I did not consider that. It sounds pretty absurd, doesn't it? Why go with both when one works? It sounds pretty absurd when I present it in that way, doesn't it?
It turns out Glenda was 13 years old when the revolution.
Why are you claiming I'm saying we should stay with oil? Because, okay, your statement, why go with both when one is better? And the one that I picked, because I was being a sarcastic dumbass, the one that I picked is oil. That is the one that I think we should go with. Let's go with that one. You know? And I intentionally made it sound absurd because if you only go with one, you are limiting even the potential for having a backup. You are limiting the possibility of even lowering the cost imposed on the people for that production. That's why you don't only go with one. Like, this is something we should have wind farms. We should have solar farms. We should have nuclear plants. Like, we should work on expanding all of it. That is my opinion. That's what I'm saying. Why go with an unreliable renewable source when another is better? I don't think solar's unreliable. I don't believe that for a second. That's why I'm looking up studies right now. Because I think this is another result of Southern political propaganda. In the same way that you believed that immigrants were a net negative on our economic system. But I don't know for sure, which is why I'm trying to look up data. It's not something I've researched before, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Hay comerciales en televisión. Tienes que sacar el seguro para morir.
Like, I have some articles that confirm what I'm saying, but I don't know if they're reliable sources, so I'm not using those. I'm trying to find a reliable source. Wind farms require oil.
Hopefully one day I get to come back and take her up on the coffee, but I mean, getting to Cuba wasn't easy. And when I turned on the TV that night, it felt like getting to Cuba was almost impossible. Like, our missing boats were primetime news in Cuba, and we were starting to get really worried for our friends. But being scared for your friends and family is just a taste of the daily lives of Cuban people who, you know, they're either facing starvation or like a full-on invasion.
That
like the next news story was about university students training to defend themselves when the US invades. Like, there isn't a single part of these people's lives that isn't affected by the blockade. Like, from the simplest things like garbage trucks struggling to get, you know, the few drops of fuel left in the country so the streets overflow with rubbish, to completely empty tourist centers. Like, literally nothing is coming into this country. But in the middle of all this, the weird part is that life somehow goes on. Like, the country's slowly suffocating, right? They're facing a humanitarian crisis on the horizon, but everyone's just trying their best to live their lives in any way they can. Like, I spoke to so many people during this trip, and obviously the video is already enormous, so I had to cut a bunch of stuff. But if you want to see the full uncut conversations with everyday Cubans, jump on the Patreon because I'll be uploading all of them there. But the same thing happened in all these conversations, right? I kept trying try to do the maths. Like, if the average salary is like $20 a month and a bag of rice costs $12, how is it possible that anyone's surviving? And I asked this question to every Cuban I met, and every person had pretty much exactly the same answer. They all told me that they had no idea either. It's crazy. Like, a couple of days later, we found out that our friends weren't dead, which is, it's a massive relief. And the rest of our humanitarian aid made it to Cuba. And obviously the Cubans were ecstatic that, someone out there cares about what's going on. But the reality is that what's on those tiny little boats can only go so far. Like, things are getting really, really bad in Cuba. Like, people are dying and everyone else is just living on borrowed time. And this was the point of the blockade for the past 60 years. When enough people starve to death, the Cubans won't have many options left, right? They'll get desperate and they'll eventually dismantle the socialist system they've built. I mean, unless the US gets bored of waiting and invades them first. But either way, the mafia will get their cities back, the plantation owners will get their slaves back, and the US will get their sugar companies back. And the people of Cuba, they can look forward to becoming just like all the other capitalist third world countries around them, like Haiti and Dominica, or even Puerto Rico, right? Which is actually part of the US, but they haven't had a functioning electricity grid for the past 9 years anyway. Like, these countries experience some of the worst living standards in the world, and their lives are about to get much worse because the US recently kicked all the Cuban doctors out of the third world as part of the blockade. So I guess Haiti doesn't have any healthcare now either.
I know.
It made me think about all these places from Haiti to Somalia where people can't afford
the amount
food
of
and
oil
everyone's slowly
consumption
starving to death.
for a wind farm
in all these places, it's kind of really hard to even work out where to start.
than the oil
Like,
consumption.
how do you fix this? Who's going to invest?
of a standard
what will they
electric
even build there? Is it going to go to the right people? Right, but the tragedy of Cuba is that they've already set everything up on their own. They got world-class healthcare. They've got the infrastructure and the know-how. Like, the only thing
And
we
you
need
know
to do
that I
is
would
just
know that.
stop fucking with them. Like, literally, the only thing the world needs to do is just treat them how we treat any other country in the world. Right? Let them buy food. Let them buy fuel. Let them buy medicine. Just let them sell stuff. I don't know. We just need to be normal. At this point in the video, I'd usually provide a link, right? Like, I want to share a fundraiser for Progressive International that's planning to bring more aid boats to Cuba, but the US has sanctioned them too. So honestly, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't usually say this, but I'm completely out of ideas. It's up to you guys. Like, you need to do everything you can to stop your governments from killing these people.
Yep. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. That was a great video from Boy, by the way. Shout out. I'm so proud of him for going out there, taking a long way there, making it happen, making it work. But goddamn, dude, we are a real blight on this fucking planet. And it's not even like the average American that wants this. I know for a fucking fact, you poll the average American. You go to the average American. They don't even need to fully understand what the fuck's going on. They don't even need to see the devastation. You just go to the average American and you're like, hey, this is what we're doing to Cuba. Do you think this is good? The overwhelming majority, with the exception of, I guess, like the Gusanos in Florida. And even then, there's probably plenty of fucking Cubans in Florida that also don't like what's going on currently. But with the exception of like a handful of Americans, most would say no. No. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for this pain that we're causing. Literally no reason. As a matter of fact,
when was this study done?
doing the opposite of what we've done to Cuba so far would probably be beneficial for America. It would certainly be beneficial for Cuba.
I found a legitimate study. Oh, 2025.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Awesome.
And we just keep dishing out this pain.
Awesome.
For no reason. People say their economy doesn't work. Yeah, because they're stupid. They don't understand that we've killed their economy, put a gun to the head of their economy. Plus, they've already done the reforms. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they have a socialist form of governance. Doesn't matter if they have a communist state. Every single UN vote looks like this. To end the economic embargo and sanctions imposed by the United States. 2 abstentions, Ukraine and Brazil. Not even sure why Brazil abstained. And Israel and America against. By the way, that's pathetic and shameful of Brazil to abstain. Oh, is this from Bolsonaro? Is that why? Yeah.
Oh, God, that's taking up the whole thing.
That's it. The entire world understands it.
You know what?
And yet they can't even do anything about it because America controls the entire world.
Okay. Here we go.
Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow as always. Okay?
All right, anyway. Here we go.
Don't get it twisted.
A study from 2025. Blah, blah, blah. All right. The present research proposes a comprehensive framework for assessing the operational reliability of solar integrated systems.
Bye-bye.
Validated using whatever the fuck test system says.
Stunning Rofi introduction starting.
Get back to it. All right, so legitimate study, peer-reviewed academic study with no shortage of data and references, okay? So this is not coming from me. This is coming from people who are smarter than me. But well, the transition to sustainable renewable energy sources, particularly solar power, is pivotal in mitigating climate change and securing a dependable future energy supply. This is true. The study addresses key challenges in solar irradiance variability, operational reliability, and computational efficiency for integrated systems, which is exactly what you were talking about when you said it's unreliable. Okay. So it was validated. Oh, God damn it. See, I don't know what this system is. However, the evidence is there. It's verifiable. The proposed model achieved an accuracy of 98%, outperforming traditional methods, whatever the fuck these are, in terms of predictive accuracy, correlation, and computational efficiency. The integration of the multi-state reliability model and the extended probabilistic framework enabled accurate reliability assessment and operational planning for solar integrated systems, bridging the gap between theoretical predictions and practical energy grid management. Meaning, it is fucking reliable. It can be reliable. And the reason people are convinced it's not reliable is for the same reason people think that fucking immigrants are a drain on our economic system. Same fucking reason. Like, it's so infuriating. God damn it. I fucking hate how easy it is to spread misinformation. I hate it. Like, how the fuck are we supposed to, like, combat this? Like, this anti-intellectualism. Like, where it's a good thing to be stupid now for some reason. Send me that study. Okay, let me I will download it. I will put it into the Discord chat. I didn't read through the whole thing. All I did was read the abstract and the conclusion. Okay? That's all I read. But see, the thing is like, I already knew that solar power is not unreliable as people are propagandized into believing. Why are people propagandized into believing that it's not reliable? Because if people knew how reliable it was, that would cut into the fucking profits of the oil executives. That's why. The same people funding our, same people dumping tens of millions of dollars into our electoral process. Fuck. Absolutely infuriating. All right, well, all right. I'm downloading it.
So this week of America's 250th birthday celebrations in Washington, D.C. has been an unmitigated disaster. It's been a catastrophe. Every single thing Trump touches turns to shit. This is another great example of that. Very clearly, they're skimming off the top. Trump and all of his allies, his cronies, they are skimming off the top. He's giving out no-bid contracts.
Like, it is not physically possible for me to memorize all of the required information to disprove all of the bullshit propaganda that's going around right now. It's not possible.
He's taken the money for himself. And the evidence of that is just how horrific this so-called fair was. First of all, it was like as hot as the surface of the sun the entire time, mixed with weather breaks for thunderstorms, okay? But you also had little cardboard box setups where they're serving ice cream that melted because the power went out. The food sucked ass. You had one sad Ferris wheel there. You had a bunch of states didn't even show up to have their own booth.
Oh, actually, it's not that bad. It's only 12 pages.
This was amateur hour through and through, but in reality, they're just robbing us blind. This thing was supposed to be a big deal. America 250 was supposed to be a big deal. I believe it was Obama who allocated the funds for it back in like 2014 or 2016, thereabouts. And they were going to have like big headliners every night. It was going to be like an actual celebration of America's 250th birthday. Then Trump comes in and he hijacks it. He makes it all about himself. He gave 3 motherfucking speeches at this thing. 3 speeches, 3 different days, every time.
There were aspects that were not addressed in that study. But if we're talking about reliability, solar power has the capability of being extremely reliable. That's the general theme. God damn it.
Fucking sad crowds, basically sitting in their fucking scooters because they can't walk anymore, no teeth, just an absolute catastrophe through and through. Well, the weather was so horrible that you had people who were literally like passing out. There's a number of people who wound up on life support from trying to go to this shit. Now, by the way, let me just say, if you're an adult, know your motherfucking limits. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can understand if you're a child.
I meant to ask. You didn't go to that Freedom 250 thing, did you? I heard that was a blast.
Child and you get dragged out there and something happens and you're dehydrated and you got to go to the hospital to get liquid IV or some shit. I get that. But if you're an adult and you're out there in 104 degrees and then you end up passing out or some shit, like what the fuck are you doing? You don't know that, Todd, that you can't be out in that weather for that long and that, like, you know,
Nah,
you'll pass out or whatever. Like, what the fuck? You're a grown-ass person.
If I'm being honest, not too many people did go to that thing. I don't know if you saw any images, but it was freaking hilarious. Like, Fox News had to be there, you know, because they're just, like, they're Trump's flesh puppets, so they had to be there talking about how awesome it was. But, like, you could see in the background it was nothing but, like, a bunch of open space. It was freaking hilarious. I don't know. The only... the only attendees were like 50 people wearing like MAGA hats in the Patriot Front. The white nationalist cult Patriot Front. What the heck? Just had a couple of cats do a run by. Okay.
How do you tie your fucking shoes in the morning?
Anyway, I want
Jesus Christ. So here we go. We have some people, some adults, Trump supporters, went to this event and listen to how they wound up cooling off. This is something.
Megan, you were just over in the medical tent being treated. Tell us about how you're feeling.
Now I'm fine, but previously, none of these booths have air conditioning. We don't know what happened, but...
what happened is your pedophile president took that money and stole it. That's what happened.
I started seeing stars.
Oh, really?
And we went to the tent. There's a religious tent because that's the theme for today. Yeah. And they had a pool. They're baptizing people. But thank God they had the pool. They said, do you want to get in? I go, yes, I think I do.
I think I want to be baptized.
I'm soaking wet. But I went to the medic tent. They took care of me. I still got one of these towels. They filled me with electrolytes, but good
nice folks in there for sure.
Oh, they're wonderful.
They are
absolutely excellent.
DC Fire helped you out.
Now notice the lack of people around them too. That should give you a hint as to what it's like there. Okay, but I got a better one. Because here we have a guy who's been to like every single fucking state fair around the country, and his reaction is absolutely priceless. Here we go.
What do you think of all of this?
Not much.
What do you think of all this? I don't know. It kind of sucks. It's kind of bullshit. This is terrible. This is bad.
I've been to state fairs all throughout the United States. This is terrible.
And how so?
It's a program-length advertisement for the president.
It's interesting. It's very interesting. I've
Oh, don't soft pedal it, Jessica. Jesus Christ.
never seen anything like this before, for sure, in my 27 years of living in Virginia and living near the DC area.
And does anything jump out at you?
No, nothing.
There's no
That's the nice person way of being like, bro, this thing is terrible. Does anything jump out at you? No, actually, nothing does.
cows. There's no sheep. There's no goats. It's not a state fair without animals.
There's a butter cow, I'm told, at least in the Iowa booth, maybe. Or...
It'll melt by tomorrow.
I'm totally underwhelmed. It's part political. That arch over there is, I think, promoting one of Trump's vanity projects.
Oh, I forgot about that too. They put up a mock creation of Trump's Arc de Trump, which, by the way, this is like the 17th thing. Totally illegal, not approved at all. Trump's rushing to put it up, just like the Epstein Memorial Ballroom, just like shoving his name on the Kennedy Center, which, by the way, a judge was like, you better take that bitch down, and ordered a crew to take that shit down. Like, let's be serious here, bro. All these are vanity projects, and he sets this up. He's got like a styrofoam-ass cutout of his Arc de Trump, and everybody's looking at it like, really? This is what we're here for? I'm here so the president can give himself a sloppy blowjob right in front of us?
You know, I was thinking, with the animosity, not from you, but just from not from you specifically, but from people on the right when towards the Green New Deal, right? If our legislative body worked as intended, then what would happen is there would be this policy proposal. It would be debated. It would be litigated. The positive aspects could have remained. The negative aspects could have been removed. And we could have reached when I say we, I mean our legislators could have reached an agreement if it was approached in good faith. If this was litigated in Congress as it intended. But it wasn't. Instead, it was framed, the entire thing, as woke leftist ideology. You know? So it was completely dismissed out of hand. Instead of even taking the time to even see what positive aspects could have been debated and implemented. And I think that's what pisses me off the most.
Like, are you fucking kidding me?
I compare this to the Smithsonian Folklife Festival that they do every year, which is wonderful. Really, talks about different cultures and countries. This is so bland, but I had to come down and see it.
The multiple stages at the event were largely empty.
Oh no, Don. Oh no.
God
and
damn
then,
it.
we discussed this the other day, but you also had massive weather delay, 2-hour weather delay on July 4th when he wanted to give a speech. He started the speech late. He couldn't stay awake when the fireworks were going off. The fireworks were so insane that it basically was like they nuked Washington, D.C. and had toxic air for the next day with the worst air quality.
Oh, it was freaking hilarious is when they had like lightning. They had lightning at that event. And they were trying to get people to evacuate the area. And people were getting pissed off because they were told to evacuate for their safety. And I thought to myself, like, nah, let them stay. You know what? Let them stay. Tell them there's lightning. But this is a free country. You know what? Be free. Enjoy hanging out during a lightning storm. You do you.
In the entire world, like this entire thing. How many motherfucking flyovers are you gonna do? That was their like cheat code, is like, if we just do like 85 flyovers, then people will think this has to be an official event, right? And so they would do flyovers all the time. The noise pollution was fucking horrible. Like, I'm sorry, are we all toddlers? Are we all babies that like You hear a plane fly over and the plane, just like that old commercial. The plane,
Yes.
the plane.
Yes, we
like,
are all
really? I'm
babies.
supposed to fucking be in awe because we have planes flying overhead? Like, what is this? Fucking 1947? What are we talking about? But this, they
we're
had,
talking about
they had
planes,
nothing.
duh. Planes
Nothing
are
was
awesome.
actually interesting. Nothing was legitimate.
Why's it gotta
Nothing
be
was
hating on
fun.
planes? What the fuck?
Nothing was like actually groundbreaking or interesting. And so as a direct result of that, here we are. Trump's own supporters are looking at him going, really? I don't think much of this. This was terrible. That's a direct quote. I don't think much of this. This is terrible. Yeah, well, what do you expect? What do you fucking expect? And by the way, tomorrow I'll have another story for you, but there's beginning to be whispers of the exact mechanism of the corruption that Trump used here, and they may have caught MAGA red-handed. When I say red-handed, I mean like deep crimson red-handed with potential wire fraud in this bitch, straight up funneling the money. Because I don't know how many of you guys followed this, but there was the America 250 celebration, which was allocated by Congress, funded under Obama and all that, right? And then Trump did the Freedom 250 event, right? Which is like, he was trying to make everybody think, oh no, it's the same thing, it's all the same thing, right? But it's not. They're separate things. One of them is a total Trump grift. The other one is the official money that's designated for the celebration of 250 years of this country. And then what they may have done is a sleight of hand to try to rob that bitch and run out the back door with all the money. It is the most Trump shit I've ever heard in my entire life. But suffice to say, even Trump supporters are at this event going, really? This is what it is? Like I said, and you all said it, I said it too, this is more like a funeral for this country. We're not celebrating our birthday of 250 years. We didn't make it. We didn't make it. We didn't make it. We're not the same government. We're not the same country. We're a kakistocracy. We're an oligarchy. We're a mobocracy. They're fucking looting and pillaging and stealing everything in sight. They're starting a new war every other day. Working people get screwed over in a way that's hard to even wrap your fucking mind around. So all of that is going on, and this thing was an unmitigated disaster and a total catastrophe.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications.
Good morning and welcome to Breaking Points, the show we put together so that we have the material for the famous newsletter that we have launched.
That's right. The newsletter now takes supremacy.
Everyone's talking about the newsletter.
But actually,
really good.
The newsletter, if you haven't checked it out yet, please do. It is really cool. Basically, it's you get
Crystal.
It's laughing at the promo. If you're listening to this, it is actually kind of adorable. But that's where you get a breakdown of the show with all the links that we've used to put it together in your inbox. It's really, I think it's a very cool product. So breakingpoints.com is where you can go to sign up. It's actually free. There's a free version of the newsletter. If you want to pay and get a meatier newsletter, you can also sign up for a premium subscription at breakingpoints.com. Now, if you're still having any issues, it's going to your spam folder or something like that. First of all, check your spam folder if you haven't gotten it. But otherwise, if you need more help, go to help@kit.com. Shoot them an email, let them know help@kit.com, and they'll take care of it for you. But Ryan, I guess we have to do the show part to get to the newsletter part.
Well, maybe we don't even have to do it. We can just pretend we do it and put it in the newsletter.
Or we could just dub ourselves with AI.
There you go.
But actually, the newsletter pulls quotes from the show, which is kind of wild.
Oh yeah, so we got to say some stuff.
Yeah, we got to say something interesting at least once a segment. So that's the goal. We are going to start with Netanyahu, who did an interview on Fox News yesterday. We're celebrating the 4th of July. Who else would we talk to but Benjamin Netanyahu, the representative of our final congressional district, as Mike Huckabee recently put it. So
did he really say that?
Yes, he did. He said Jerusalem was. But we are going to get into a little bit of the political problems at home for Netanyahu as well today, Ryan, because those are starting to mount as well. The funeral.
And he pulled off a coup, basically.
So we have a guest who's going to break that down for us. But also, we're going to be talking about the funeral held in Iran this weekend, along with some updates in Lebanon and updates in Iran as well. But you're going to want to see the images and hear some quotes from the funeral that was held for Khomeini this weekend. So lots to get into on that. Trump gave a big 4th of July speech. Mamdani also gave a 4th of July speech, kind of dueling speeches. It was interesting that Mamdani's was so... what's the right way? It was a huge topic of discussion and almost to the point where he became the leader of the left, as Trump is the leader of the right. Like, it's almost
over.
It's almost like they're the dueling figures in American politics right now. The mayor of New York City. So we have lots to break down from that. Big news out of Michigan yesterday, where Mallory McMorrow dropped out of the race. That was kind of a spoiler for the segment.
The abundant, well, I think since it's news, I think we can spoil news.
Yeah.
The abundance candidate has dropped out, leaving El Sayed and Haley Stevens as the remaining candidates in the Michigan Senate race. We'll talk about how that happened, what it means, and then Trump, for once, used his powers of corruption for the United States instead of robbing the United States. He made a phone call to. He's the FIFA Peace Prize winner,
right?
Famously.
So he has some privileges.
So he made a phone call to the head of FIFA, and he got Flo's red card suspended.
Yep.
The red card's still in place, but the suspension that afterwards is suspended.
Yeah.
So he will play tonight.
He will play
If Belgium shows up.
This is old.
They're angry.
How could you not be?
Come on, play the best players.
I agree.
I
mean, these people spend all of their time watching soccer, and we just dipped in.
Yes, but we have finally caught on that in order to be serious about soccer or football, you have to be corrupt. America has arrived on the football scene.
We now understand how to play this game.
Yeah.
All right. Well, just as a reminder, BreakingPoints.com, premium subscription, and you can sign up for the newsletter there as well. Let's get to the show. We're going to start now with Netanyahu's interview on Fox News, where he's laughing off J.D. Vance's claim that Israel is losing support around the world.
So good.
Let's go ahead and take a look at A2.
If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
What was your reaction when you heard that?
First of all, I respect J.D. Vance. We have a very good relationship, but doesn't mean that I agree with everything that he says. And I have to point out this. Donald Trump is the greatest friend we ever had in the White House. And I stand by that completely. Secondly, we have some other friends, like a small country called India. You know, it has 1.4 billion people. And boy, do we have a tremendous support there. You know, I have this Facebook thing, and I'm just flooded by the overwhelming support there. And we have many others. Let me tell you where we have support, because it's fashionable now, and you know, in many countries, because their media and their social media are inundated with anti-Israel, anti-Semitic material. Many leaders, you know, call me up and say, hey, look, I've got this problem with public opinion, but I want you to know we respect you. And can we make some deals? And can you teach us some of the things that your military does? And can we have some of your AI and cyber expertise? You know, Israel is the #2 country in cyber in the world. And our technology is absurd. It's so good. The relations are not quite as they appear. And we have many friends. And I have to tell you, we also take care of our friends, especially the Christians in the Middle East. The Christian villages in Lebanon, some of them have actually asked to be annexed to Israel because we protect them against the Hezbollah fanatics who want to kill them. And we do the same things with Christians everywhere.
Well,
we protect Christians in the Middle East.
Well, meanwhile, let's go ahead and take a look at this footage from southern Lebanon over the weekend. We can roll the next element. You see this on your screen. Ryan, the strikes have continued very much.
Oh, that's weird. I thought it was a ceasefire.
Diminished, reduced. So oftentimes what Israel means by a ceasefire is that their attacks are going to be reduced
and we fire.
from what they were before. Certainly not go to zero. So you're seeing, and we'll talk about some of the ongoing killings in Gaza as well. But I had to listen to that Netanyahu comment a couple times because I was like, did he really say it's not true that Israel is isolated because there are a lot of Indians on Facebook that are supportive? I went back and watched. You don't believe me? Go back, scroll back, watch that again. That is, in fact, the argument. Think about the superpower level of propaganda that has come out of the Israeli government for decades, and compare it to what Netanyahu is now saying, that they are not completely globally isolated. because there are Indian bot farms, basically, that are whipping up support on Facebook. Facebook.
I mean, even just citing one additional country was quite interesting from Netanyahu.
Right.
He was like, we have a little friend called India.
And you should
like,
see him on Facebook.
He's like, it's not nothing, but it's not undermining J.D. Vance's point.
The Hindu nationalism that is surging in India has as much hatred of Islam embedded in it as Netanyahu does. And so it's true that there's some like ideological or whatever you would call it sympathy there. And it is very true that Indian social media is very supportive of Israel. Like all that is true. It is just kind of embarrassing that that's the last thing you're hanging your hat on. When he's talking about Christian villages in southern Lebanon, you know what Israel did say to Christian villages in southern Lebanon? If you shelter any Muslims who are fleeing from our attacks, we will level you too. So that is the expression of the love that Netanyahu says he has for Lebanese Christians. Also, finally, Israel is in the Middle East. It's just so odd to me that he would be that transparently hostile to Muslims while being in the Middle East. Like to just transparently say, look, Christians like us, which isn't true because they are ruthless to Christians both in Palestine and in southern Lebanon. But even if that were true, like to just explicitly come out and just say you've basically written off relations with the population of like 90+% of the Middle East, that where you exist is a choice.
I see what you're saying. I mean, the obvious response to that is he would say, well, there's a lot of hostility coming towards us
Except
as well.
he says his best friends are Saudi Arabia, the UAE.
Yeah.
He's got friends in Qatar, even though he doesn't like all the Qataris.
Yeah, well, that's part of his political problem.
He has a bunch of friends in Lebanon. They fund a bunch of people in Syria. He loves the Kurds, or he claims to.
Yeah.
So he claims the Abraham Accords are based on the idea that he can coexist with all of these other Muslim countries. But when he's being honest, he's like, you know who I really like and loves me? India. And you should see him on Facebook. Yeah, go ahead and look at some of the comments that these Indians are making on Facebook. It would make Nick Fuentes blush.
Also interesting that Fox News' Jackie Heinrich got that interview. I don't want to leave the segment without noting that her husband, Brian Fitzpatrick, they literally just got married a couple of weeks ago. I pulled up on Track AIPAC, the Pennsylvania delegation. He has taken the most money from pro-Israel PACs in the entire Pennsylvania delegation, more than Fetterman, more than Brendan Boyle. Actually by a huge margin, he's taken $924,000, almost $1 million. And that's actually way ahead of everybody else in the Pennsylvania delegation, which again, just to note, includes John Fetterman, according to the Track AIPAC numbers.
Philadelphia suburbs, he's a very talented politician. He keeps hanging on against these Democratic attacks,
to the flag
trying to.
Of the United
he's one of the
States of
remaining
Israel.
what you would, outside of
and if you
supporting
don't,
an extremist
you're
genocidal
anti-Semitic.
state, moderate Republican.
Let's go and talk about updates from Gaza as well, because there were some over the weekend. Let's put A4 up now.
So this is Dr. Hossam Abu Safia, who was, if people will remember here, arrested in December of 2024 at Kamal Adwan Hospital. His hospital was surrounded, and he continued operating and treating patients as the IDF was sacking the hospital. There was this famous photo of him, if you remember seeing it, walking across the rubble toward an Israeli tank in order to be detained. So that was almost 2 years ago at this point. All of the information that has come out from his family and his attorneys over the succeeding time is that he has been tortured just relentlessly, lost an extraordinary amount of weight. And so he's been moved. He's no charges whatsoever, just administrative detention that every 6 months, they just keep him in administrative detention. So he's just a hostage. And so he recently met with his lawyer, and as he got transferred to another underground prison, and he told his lawyer, quote, this is the end. This is the last time you'll see me. They brought me here to kill me. And the lawyer said he had bruises on his eyes, his ears, his head. There was serious fear that he has brain bleeding from the torture that is going to kill him. And we'll talk about this in a little bit with an Israeli journalist. The High Court in Israel has ordered the IDF to present some information about his case, because there is like serious attention on his case. A very celebrated physician. He wrote a column for the New York Times, which is not a column. He wrote an op-ed, which is what people suspect is why they've been treating him so viciously. As an example, like you think you're a celebrated physician who can speak in the New York Times about what's going on in Gaza? No, we're gonna show that we're not afraid to torture even somebody like that. And so think about it. If we'll torture him, you, who is a much lesser figure, who's not in the New York Times, is not a celebrated physician, like you have no chance. Now the Israel is going through either a coup or a constitutional crisis. So whether they're going to follow the orders of the Supreme Court remains to be seen. A couple other West Bank developments that we can get to really quickly if you want to.
Yeah.
Like a couple crazy things where you have to just repeatedly check these to be like, is this possible that this is really going on? We'll finish with A5 just so anybody who wants this is the update from Dropsite about the latest killings in Gaza. You can pause that and read those if you want to. A father was killed a year ago. They just killed his son over the weekend, and they continue to recover bodies. You can put up
4 killed in Gaza over the weekend.
Yeah. You put up A6. There's horrifying footage. It's not graphic, though it is a gut punch. This is a checkpoint west of Ramallah, where a family is trying to take their 4-month to a waiting ambulance on the other side of the checkpoint, and the Israeli soldiers just won't let the family through.
Israel,
and
the most moral nation.
The ambulance just sits there on the other side of the checkpoint helplessly, and the 4-month-old baby died waiting. That was Ahmed Zaid from Deir Amar. Like, just as a parent, like it's just incomprehensible to be in a situation like that. And for these, we've all encountered bureaucrats who are just like immune to the urgency of a situation that we're in. Usually it's not a 4-month-old that needs emergency treatment and there's a ambulance on the other side of the checkpoint. And then we have A9, another like absolutely shocking video that I had to watch several times to figure out what you just saw.
Yeah.
An Israeli soldier throw a stun gun inside a car.
Stuff the door closed.
With people in it and close the door.
What the fuck, man?
An American, people get mad when I say this, but an American soldier who did that, it would be an absolute scandal. Protests in the street, court-martial, investigations.
Well, I don't know about this
And
administration.
anybody watching this program knows how I feel about the American military. I am not its biggest champion or defender, but think about that in comparison. They make the American military look like the most moral army in the world. And it's one thing, if it's just a bad apple and they violated their training.
Bad apple
turns
spoils
out it's
the
not.
bunch.
The training with a stun grenade is not to throw it into an occupied car and close the door on the occupants. What's shocking is we all know there will be no consequences for that person. And there will be some brave people, half a dozen who will go out and protest. They'll get beaten. Those are heroic Israelis who will do that. But you're talking about like a half a dozen people.
Yeah.
There will not be mass protests and there will not be political
backlash.
There won't be a reckoning. How did we get to a place where we're okay with a 4-month-old baby dying at a checkpoint and a soldier throwing a stun grenade into a car with civilians in it and then closing the door on it? Like, how do we get there? Now, what's going on in the Israeli political system, which we've been teasing here, is quite incredible.
Yes.
Basically, Netanyahu has been trying to consolidate control of the media, which is going on all over the world. This is what you're seeing in countries. The Supreme Court, the High Court in Israel, pushed back against him.
This blew up over the weekend.
Yeah, and said you said you can't do that. This is illegal. You set up this fake second commission that's over regulating the media. That's not the proper one. This is the official proper regulator, and we're reviewing this deal where you're trying to concentrate wealth. Netanyahu announced over the weekend that is an illegal order. We're not going to follow it.
Look at that Times of Israel headline. In first, government vows to disobey high court ruling, setting up constitutional crisis.
Yeah, not even Trump has done this. Trump has disobeyed some lower court rulings, or kind of ignored them, not completely disobeyed them explicitly, and then appeals to the higher court.
Right.
Trump has never yet, and hopefully he won't, disobeyed a Supreme Court ruling. That is, because once you do that, then all the guardrails are off, because then you're just an unchecked authoritarian government.
Right, and you can see from this Haaretz headline, Herzog called it a red line and joined other officials in pushing back against government decision to defy high court order. And again, we have a guest who's going to break some of these internal political dynamics down for us, but the stakes for Netanyahu were already high, and certainly now, Ryan, they're even higher.
Yes, indeed. Yes, they sure are. So let's bring in Noga Tarnopolsky back to Breaking Points to discuss. All right, so joining us now is Noga Tarnopolsky, Israeli journalist joining us from Jerusalem. A lot of J's there. Noga, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Shout out to Noga's cat, who just walked into the shot as well. We love cats on Breaking Points, so that's
that cat is Melisande, who's named for the 12th century queen of Jerusalem, the only queen Jerusalem ever had.
It's a powerful cat.
Well, there we go. And Noga just launched the Substack Bibi and Beyond. Bibi already giving her a lot of news for this. So tell us about this coup/constitutional crisis. Why are some people calling it a coup? And what is the constitutional crisis? Lay out for people who are kind of new to this question.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do my best. Although I just want to start out by saying that the most serious people I know who are addressing this, for example, a professor of constitutional law at Hebrew University called Mota Kremnitzer, and the Attorney General of Israel, Gali Baharav Miara, they're calling this an insurrection. And I'm saying that because I do think that in useful ways it can be compared to January 6th, in that it's an effort to illegally control some of the power of the state. But now I'll take a step back.
Sure.
There are two facets to what has happened here in the last 24 hours. On the one hand, what we had is a Supreme Court ruling about a government decision basically removing the media regulator and allowing the government to control almost all of the media space, very much on the Hungarian model of how Viktor Orban basically eliminated the free media in Hungary and took over all of the organs of the media. That was a decision passed by this government, and after months of deliberations, yesterday the Supreme Court ruled that the government can't do that and that the regulator must continue operating. So in a narrow way, what the government has said is, no, we're not going to adhere to that ruling. We're going to take control of this regulator, and we're going to control the media in these months leading up to an election. But the reason people are calling it a coup d'etat isn't the specifics of that law. It's that the government has decided that the Supreme Court is no longer the law of the land. Supreme Court rulings have no bearings. And so what that means, certainly in the eyes of the Attorney General of the state, that in Israel is a civil servant, in the eyes of former Prime Minister Yair Lapid, who's head of the opposition, he said that as of yesterday, this is a criminal government, a rogue government. The reason people are reacting that way is the expectation that the government is going to use this as a precedent and no longer recognize the rule of law going forward now towards the elections.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask. I mean, Israel, lest we forget, is a fairly young country. And so what precedent, if any, is there for this? I mean, how significant politically and constitutionally is what's happening right now?
This is an earthquake. The State of Israel was established in 1948. It's a 78-year-old country. This has never happened, ever. Even in this most extreme Netanyahu government, that made its desire basically to perpetrate a putsch clear very, very early on in this mandate. Now, the government basically came back into power around January 1st of 2023. On January 4th of 2023, not the Attorney General, the Justice Minister of Israel, a Netanyahu man called Yariv Levin, announced that he was going to hold a press conference, and he basically stood behind a lectern, and he said he was, I'm quoting now, launching the first phase in a reform of the administration of the state. Now, that is the announcement of a coup d'etat. We're changing the way the state is run. We're changing the institutional structure of the state. For reasons that are really beyond me, the media shorthand for what the government did that day was judicial reform. But this was not a judicial reform, never presented as a judicial reform. The government became very extreme also in terms of its efforts to illegally hold on to power, really from the start. Still, until yesterday, no government in the history of the state of Israel has ever said in an official statement, we're not adhering to the Supreme Court ruling.
And I want to get into some of the broader implications of this, but on a specific case, we earlier in the program talked about Dr. Hossam Abu Safia, who is in the news because telling his lawyer this is the end. They're trying to kill me, and the High Court has pushed the Israeli government for some answers on his situation. What does this ignoring of court orders? How does it play into the ability of the courts to get information about Dr. Abu Safia's case or the case of any Palestinian who's in administrative detention or otherwise in detention?
I was going to say anyone, that there are Jewish protesters against this government who've been held in administrative detention for more than 4 months. So again, on many levels, the Netanyahu government is a rogue government. And that sort of should be framing, I think, our understanding of what's happening. The government is not yet in breach of a court order regarding Dr. Hossam Abu Safia. The government, this was another decision, but it was an appeals decision. So it wasn't a ruling by the Supreme Court. It was simply an order by the court yesterday accepting a petition by an Israeli NGO called Physicians for Human Rights, ordering the government by tomorrow to tell the court what is his health condition, why is it so bad, and to explain what his treatment is. But I do want to widen the lens a little bit because Dr. Hossam Abu Safia, who is a well-known doctor and headed the Gaza's Kamal Redwan Hospital, he was detained in November 2024. No charges have been brought against him, and there's been no explanation by the army of why he's being held, despite, occasional repetitive kind of media requests. He appeared to be in perfectly good health when he was detained. And I'm mentioning all this because I did make some inquiries yesterday. I thought we were entering to war crime territory. It's not clear that we are, because administrative detention during wartime isn't per se illegal. However, Israel clearly has a duty of care towards him. There are a lot of rumors going around about what has made him so unwell, but I doubt we're going to hear anything from the army before tomorrow, the deadline given by the court. And until then, what we have to face is a situation in which Netanyahu gave extraordinary powers to two people who are on the most extreme fringes of society. So the minister in charge of national security, which means police and the prison service, is a guy convicted 13 times of hate crimes and terror, Itamar Ben-Gvir. And a guy who is officially the Minister of Finance of Israel, Secretary of the Treasury of Israel, was also given a second job as a sort of secret deputy defense minister in charge of the occupied territories of the West Bank. Dr. Hossam Abu Safia is being held in a prison in the West Bank, in Ophel prison. So I'm very concerned, not only because I trust this NGO and I trust his lawyer, I'm very concerned because the two men who may be exerting power in order basically to cause extreme suffering for Dr. Abu Safia, you know, these are the guys who have the power to do it, even though it's not a straight line.
Right. Right.
Well, and can you break down the political dynamics of the upcoming election as well? Like, how have Netanyahu's opponents reacted to this? How has Likud reacted to this? What's it looked like in the last several days?
So it's just really the last 2 days, because this happened yesterday and today, but it's a really interesting question. So the opposition actually came out pretty good, I would say. As I think I mentioned to you, the former Prime Minister Lapid said that as of yesterday, this is an illegal government, a criminal government. Then another former prime minister who was served with Lapid, Naftali Bennett, said that this is bringing Israel to anarchy. The attorney general, who as I mentioned to you, is a civil servant, but she came out with a very, very powerful statement, basically saying this is an assault on the rule of law. That is the first person from Israeli officialdom saying this is an insurrection. A member of the Labor Party in the Knesset, a congressperson in Israel, Naama Lazimi, has already called for Netanyahu to be arrested for sedition and for endangering national security. This is not as crazy as it sounds, because under Israeli law, the Shin Bet, the Internal Security Service, is statutorily charged with protecting the democratic institutions of the state.
But they won't.
Now, Netanyahu, just a few months ago, I think presaging the current crisis, installed, in a very dodgy maneuver, installed a kind of messianic non-Democrat, lowercase d Democrat, as head of the Shin Bet. So we have not heard from the Shin Bet, but inciting to thwart the course of law is a crime in Israel. So Netanyahu and his government are getting themselves into deeper and deeper trouble with every step. The Likud has begun showing some cracks, and this really is very interesting. So the Minister of Communications, the guy behind this particular kind of media takeover law, came out fighting. And he basically was the one who put out the official statement on behalf of the cabinet saying, you know, we've decided towards the Supreme Court, screw you, to put it bluntly. But then there have been two prominent members of Netanyahu's inner circle who have tried to backtrack. And so one is the cabinet secretary, not a minister of the cabinet secretary, put out a very confused, bizarre statement last night, basically saying, no, we didn't say we won't adhere to Supreme Court ruling. We said we'll use all legal tools in our hands to go against the Supreme Court ruling. They have no legal tools because this is a Supreme Court ruling, but you got the sense that there were probably some difficult discussions being held. And I had the sense yesterday, I don't have proof of this, but I have a lot of experience with these people. I did have the sense last night that there might be some Netanyahu ministers saying to themselves, I don't want to go to jail for this guy. And also saying to themselves, this is going to kill us in the elections. And since last night, there have been leaks today of ministers being pretty fearful. It's important to underscore that while Netanyahu wants to take control of the media, and while Netanyahu has really put together an unbelievably dastardly avalanche of laws that he wants to try and get through the Knesset in the next 10 days, basically, before this Knesset session is automatically brought to an end. And because we will be 90 days before the legal deadline for elections, this government will automatically become an acting government, and its powers and Netanyahu's powers will be significantly curtailed, again, under law, assuming the government adheres to the law.
Follows the law.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to pass any number of laws, and it's actually, today I heard a very interesting interpretation of this situation from the leader of the opposition, Yair Lapid, who said he thinks that Bibi Netanyahu is trying to get an invite to the White House as early as next week.
Right.
Because he doesn't want it. Yeah, he said so on Fox News yesterday.
Yeah.
Lapid's interpretation is that Netanyahu doesn't want to be in Israel for these Knesset votes because his own voters, they hate this legislation. They're the ones who, you know, obey the law and want to live in a state of law. They're right wing. Some of them still worship him, but they don't want any of these are laws that, you know, transfer millions and millions of dollars to the ultra Orthodox, to draft dodgers. And so Lapid's theory of what's happening is that Netanyahu wants to pass all these laws so that his coalition partners are happy and he can stay in power, but he knows his voters hate it. So he wants to come back from DC and say, well, so, you know, I didn't vote for them.
Well, to that point, I wanted to get your help in getting some context on an interesting exchange on Israeli television. Let's with a Likud minister. You can put up A10 here, and you can tell me if they have the translation right. But he's saying, so you mean ideologically you agree with Jewish Power, which is the Ben Gvir party, and the minister says there aren't many differences between Jewish Power, Ben Gvir's party, and Likud. Let's just underscore that. Let's just make sure we're clear about that. Who is she, and what should we be drawing from the fact that a minister in the government is saying that actually Ben Gvir's party and the Likud are basically the same thing? And also, let's pause for a second. If there was a party in the U.S. called White Power that was as dominant as Ben Gvir's is, there would be no mystery as to where they stood on the kind of political spectrum. But so, what should we draw? What is she saying? What should we draw from her claim that actually Likud and Jewish Power are basically the same party at this point?
Yes, she said they're ideologically indistinguishable. Look, I take it very seriously. I don't take her as a person very seriously. Mai Golan is basically a weaker female version of Itamar Ben-Gvir, of Bezalel Smotrich, of Yariv Levin, the justice minister, of Miki Zohar, the culture minister, who today tried to clean up this mess a little bit, and he tried to kind of make it clear. He said, we're not causing a constitutional crisis. The Supreme Court is, because they made an illegal ruling. You know, this kind of mucking it all up. This is a government that in its totality is very, very extreme. Mai Golan is accused herself, by the way, of all kinds of crimes. She has one of these money-wasting ministries just basically intended to keep her on side. I think she's the minister for
social equality and the advancement of the status of women.
Thank you very much.
Exactly what she is.
My dream job.
Yes, Emily's dream job, she says, yes.
Now, notice that she just said that she, at least, or her party, has no ideological differences with a party that is theocratic, anti-democratic, profoundly misogynistic, and I could continue, segregationist. I want to mention somebody who I take more seriously, and who said the same thing yesterday. Maybe you can get a clip of him too. Aminadav Begin, he's an academic. He's not a well-known public figure, but he's the grandson of the legendary right-wing. Sorry?
No, I did see this comment. This is Menachem Begin's grandson, I believe it was, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's Menachem Begin's grandson, who I think is in his 50s, and he has become increasingly, I would say, a strident, an important voice in the Israeli public sphere. And he says that this party led by Netanyahu is not the Likud. It's not the party created by his grandfather. Remember that his grandfather, I think in the 70s and 80s, was considered beyond the pale extremist. You know, it was a right-wing takeover of Israel at the time, and yet he was a man who believed profoundly in the institutions of the state, who strengthened the judiciary, who spoke repeatedly in public about the importance of democratic institutions. He wanted to be a right-wing prime minister, but he wanted to do it with authority. And so now we have his grandson, and he said yesterday, he said, this is not a constitutional crisis. He said, this is a Kahanist coup d'etat. He gave a really remarkable interview that I would urge anyone to see, because he believes that he represents what is truly the right wing. And he confessed in this interview, he said that for a long time he himself voted for Netanyahu, that, you know, he kind of considered him a normal right-wing leader, and that what's happening now is an insurrection.
All right, well, thanks for updating us on this. Quite a dramatic series of events. Noga Tarnopolsky, and BB and Beyond is the Substack that she just launched, Israeli journalist. Really appreciate you being here.
Time flies with you guys. Thank you.
You got it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
So Joe Rogan hit new world record levels of stupidity. It's, you know, even I'm astonished. Having followed him all these years, my jaw was on the floor seeing some of the theories that he's now promoting on his show. This guy, to say he's washed is the understatement of the century, bro. So let's listen. Here he is. I believe he's talking to Tony Hinchcliffe, and he has a new theory about U.S. aid being linked to rap music and the downfall of Black American culture or something like that. Here we go. Let's watch.
Like, this is crazy. People have long said that rap music, even though, listen, you love hip hop. I know you just got back from Kanye West. I'm a huge hip hop fan.
We got to talk about that at some point.
We definitely do.
Which, by the way, Tony Hinchcliffe, when did he decide to go see Kanye West? After his complete schizophrenic meltdown where he goes full Nazi. So the comedian who prides himself the most on being the most offensive and the most racist he can be, Tony Hinchcliffe has given up on trying to make people laugh. Tony Hinchcliffe, his whole existence as a comedian is to make people have this reaction. You ready? He wants people to go, that's what he wants. So you're not really a comedian. You're like a shock jock. That's what it is. Like, own that. You're not actually funny. You're a shock jock. That's what you are. Oh, he said the naughty thing you're not allowed to say. Like, oh, congratulations. It's like a toddler shitting in his diaper and showing everybody, like, look, like, oh, congratulations, little Timmy. You shit yourself. Whoa, everybody hates the smell. You sure got him. Like, that's what this is. And so he waited until after the schizophrenic bipolar meltdown mixed in with the Nazism, mixed in with saying shit like slavery was a choice, and that's when he's, oh, I'm gonna go see Kanye now. What a surprise. What a surprise that is.
Love hip-hop.
What a surprise.
But there's some people that believe that gangsta rap in particular, when it came about in the 1980s, was a part of the push to popularize it and produce it, was a part of the government, some faction of the government, some intelligence agencies wanting to create more crime, wanting to fill more private prisons, wanting to erode the fabric of society so they could push for more laws to keep you safer. This is like one of the most tinfoily of tinfoil hat conspiracies. But people are pointing out that right now it's like one of the rare times where no rap music is on the charts.
By the way, I looked that up. Completely and utterly untrue. There's plenty of rap music on the Billboard Hot 100 or whatever the fuck it's called. Okay? Just not true. Just not remotely true. By the way, Joe, you know who wants more crime? The regime that you support and you helped get in power. Donald Trump is on a motherfucking crime spree, the likes of which we've never seen in this country. They are looting, they are pillaging, they are stripping this country for parts, they're stealing everything in sight, and he's pardoning fraudster after fraudster after fraudster, and he's launching a new war seemingly every month. Bombing Venezuela, overthrowing their government, stealing their oil, stealing their gold, fucking randomly bombing Ecuador, bombing Nigeria, bombing Iran relentlessly, threatening Greenland. Like, need I continue? Like, this is the guy you put in power. He's on a crime spree, and you're like, bro, are they trying to increase crime, bro? Are they trying to increase crime? The guy you helped get in power is increasing crime.
And they're saying, well, how does this coincide with U.S. aid? Was U.S. aid, like, actively promoting rap music? Was that one of the reasons why rap music was so popular?
Okay, I'm actually at a loss for words. I genuinely don't know what to say. Like, I've heard the conspiracies before about the CIA promoting rap music to try to get black culture hooked on rap, to try to make them be more degenerate and keep them disenfranchised and keep them down. I've heard those theories before, right? Not particularly persuasive, but I've heard those theories before. But now you tie in fucking U.S. aid, whose job is to, like, deliver malaria medication to children in Africa? What the fuck are you babbling about, son? Too much alpha brain, too much TRT, one too many crank fucking junk cures that he found on a blog from 2005 promoted by RFK Jr. And this is what happens. His brain is straight tapioca pudding in this bitch. He's saying that USAID tried to promote rap music to create more crime, to lock up more black people. Bro, I'm not even donezo yet, though. I'm not even done. Because then I got this one. Ready? So he has Tommy Lee on his show, okay? The notorious, famous rock star guy, Tommy Lee. I only know him from the sex tape with Pamela Anderson. When I was a young boy coming of age, that was all the talk of the town, is the sex tape with Pam Anderson and Tommy Lee. So Joe has this guy on the show, and he's gonna basically argue here that, you know, maybe cigarettes are actually, like, good for you, bro. You know, maybe they're actually not that bad for you, bro. Oh, my days. So the same guy who argued against vaccines, the same guy who very clearly these days has now gone down the rabbit hole where he thinks even the polio vaccine is bullshit. I'm not kidding. He kind of argued with Brian Callen about this, or began to argue with Brian Callen about this. So anti-vax across the board. And now he said, maybe they lied to us about cigarettes. I'm not kidding. Here we go.
I don't know, man. I was just, you're sitting there and you're having a drink and you're like, where's the cigarette? It's just, I don't know. It's like rock and roll. Like, they just go together for some reason. So I failed.
Well, why did you quit originally? What was the thought behind it?
I think I was just trying to quit fucking everything. You know, you're just like, that's it. Fuck everything. I'm just going to take a break and fucking hit the reset button on everything. I think I was going through that phase because I hadn't ever tried that. Tried everything else, but nothing. And yeah, I don't know, man.
It's the last vice of a lot of people in recovery.
Yeah, and then you got guys like Keith Richards who's just ripping cigarettes still, and I'm like, he's fine. and like, I've gotten my fucking my lungs and done the whole like Prenuvo like body scan to see all your shit, and they're like, you're good. I'm like, are you sure? Wait, let me see the paperwork. Is it a different leaves or a different guy? Like, because that's fucking impossible. They're like, hey, you're good. I was like, all right. So there's really no reason to quit.
Well, it's actually a very small percentage of people. Well, first of all, it's a very small percentage of people that get lung cancer out of the general population. And then when you add in cigarette smokers, it's a small percentage of cigarette smokers that get lung cancer. But more cigarette smokers get lung cancer than regular people. And so that's why when you look at the percentage of people that get lung cancer that smoke cigarettes, that's why it looks so high. So if you like, let's find the numbers. Put it into Perplexity, please. Let's what percentage of cigarette smokers get lung cancer? And I think it's less than 5%.
First thing I did was look it up. Ready? About 15% of smokers will develop lung cancer. Smoking is a significant risk factor for disease. Smokers have a roughly 15 to 30 times higher chance of getting lung cancer than non-smokers. He said he thought it was 5%. It's actually 15 fucking percent. You see, this is what you gotta do. If you're ever gonna listen to Joe Rogan, do yourself a favor, fact check literally every single thing he says. Because oftentimes, it'll just be wrong, and he won't fact check it himself. Or he'll try to have Jamie fact check it using Perplexity, and he'll like finesse it until he gets the answer he wants. Right? This is the kind of guy he is. He's married to whatever his gut instinct is. He's married to whatever fucking theory he farts out. That's what it is. And then he works backwards from his conclusions. This is what he does. He can never just hold an L. He can never just be like, look, I'm wrong. He just doesn't do that. He presents himself and pretends like he's a guy who likes to do that. He doesn't do that at all. Here we go.
And then you got to think, people that are smoking cigarettes, how many of them are smoking 2-3 packs a day?
Oh yeah, that's crazy. I don't.
And how many of them are smoking just a few cigarettes a day? I bet a lot. I bet a lot of people that are a little hesitant, they only smoke like a half a pack or a little bit less.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Like, so what does it say, Jamie? It's still calculating? Oh, sorry.
And isn't there something about like nicotine? Like when COVID happened, they were like, if you're a smoker,
yes.
you're good. And I never got caught.
Oh, you heard Joe. Yes. Look this shit up too. Ready? Can nicotine destroy the COVID-19 virus? Studies show that far from protecting you from COVID-19, nicotine and smoking dramatically increase your risk. Oh, so you're saying that one of these like bullshit bro science theories that in the first 7 minutes of COVID somebody cooked up, you're telling me that was nonsense and turned out not to be true? Shocking. And you're telling me these are the theories that the right-wing brain latches onto and refuses to let go of? Yes, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what Joe Rogan's doing here.
Fucking COVID.
Yes.
And I was like, yay, nicotine.
Well, there's something about smoking cigarettes that's supposed to be like really good to prevent COVID. And it's really confusing.
Oh, I just told you that it is 100% incorrect. That is dead wrong. I typed in what percentage of cigarette smokers get COPD as well, because Rogan's downplaying the cancer impacts and trying to act like there's some positives too, bro. But COPD is another big killer. It's not just lung cancer, it's emphysema, it's COPD. 17.8% of smokers got COPD. 17.8%. So basically 2 out of 10 smokers. And like I said, you have about 15% of smokers develop lung cancer, 15 to 30 times higher than people who don't smoke. I mean, guys, what are we talking about here? By the way, shout out to the replies, because every fucking reply. Look at this. Joe Rogan is literally going to get people killed. Complete nonsense as per usual, this person says. Smoking causes about 80% of all lung cancer deaths, and even less than 10 cigarettes a day can give you a 17 times higher lung cancer hazard ratio. Not getting cancer doesn't mean your heart, blood vessels, and lungs aren't being systematically destroyed. Yeah, that's the other thing. Heart disease is another thing. Like, there's all these things. There's all these problems that are not just lung cancer. There's all these other health problems associated with it, too. For fuck's sake, this is just a horrible take on Joe's part. It's a proven medical fact that long-term smoking of any kind causes cancer and extremely poor health. I smoked cigarettes and weed for 30 years. In the end, I could barely breathe and my health overall was shit. Stopped both 20 years ago, noticed a big difference in my ability to breathe after a few weeks and my ability to sustain hard work without feeling like shit. Now I am completely healthy and have the ability to do tough work and workouts without feeling like an anchor. If you don't smoke, don't start. If you do and want a better life, stop now. And, you know, you go through here, people start talking about, I have a dad who died of COPD or emphysema or lung cancer, and listening to them try to breathe. My dad, by the way, died at age 56 from lung cancer from smoking about 2 packs of cigarettes per day, right? Like, he's just spreading bullshit, bro. He's just spreading factually untrue nonsense. Like, I get it. You're trying to do the whole, like, whatever, man, this is a hangout. We just shoot the shit and, like, just say what's on our minds and don't go too deep into actual science and research. We're just broing out over here, man. But at some point, you got to realize and look around and go, wait, I have millions of fucking listeners. And a lot of these people just hang on every word I say and are going to listen to me. And that has fucking consequences. That has consequences. So, just the ultimate bro science bullshit. And, you know, look, I wish it was the case. I smoked for over 5 years. I smoked cigarettes for over 5 years. I vaped for probably about 4 years or so. You know, I wish it was the case that that shit was not bad for you and that everything's nonsense. Of course it's fucking bad for you. Like, don't try to justify and rationalize your vices and act like they're good just because I do them. That's what's going on at his subconscious level, even though he's trying to mask it in some fake-ass junk science. But, man, what a sick joke, bro. I mean, it's insane, the shit that this man says on his podcast, one of the top podcasts in the world, and that people will fucking gobble up. Classic stuff. I would expect this from somebody who was dumb enough, after being given all the information and all the facts about how Donald Trump is evil, which I personally gave to Joe Rogan when I was on his show 5 or 6 times, to hear everything about how corrupt he is, about how much of a warmonger he is, about how terrible he is, and then to still endorse that guy. I'd expect nothing different than that kind of a person to maybe reevaluate how bad cigarettes are for you. And then they go on to give other theories as well that are also bullshit. Don't listen to this guy, man. Very simple.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
If Trump was ever, I'm skeptical this will ever happen, but was ever to fly to a summit where he sits across the new gay Ayatollah and like signs a peace deal, he'll be flying on the Qatar plane.
Yeah.
I don't have a question. Yeah. Like, that's just... Hello and welcome to the Bulwark Podcast. I'm your host, Tim Miller. It is Monday. He is back, editor-at-large of the Bulwark. 4th of July content creator extraordinaire, Bill Kristol. You were working this weekend, Bill.
A little bit, in between World Cup games, obviously. But it was too hot to go outside, and I was kind of avoiding watching Trump and his attempt to hijack the 250th. So it was World Cup and a little bit of work.
Yeah, we'll get to the World Cup at the end. I also missed Trump. You said you were trying to watch Trump or trying to avoid Trump?
Trying to avoid, yes, trying and succeeding in avoiding Trump. Then I had to discuss it a bit with Sam Stein on Sunday, but, you know, luckily Sam had watched it, so I was able to just play off him, you know.
Okay, well, you're ahead of me because I just decided I'm going dark. I know this is my job, and I'm paid by you people and entrusted by you people to watch this sort of thing, but it's midnight, so whatever, 11 o'clock on the 4th of July. I took my daughter and a neighbor kid. We went up to the roof of a hospital parking garage, maybe against the rules, to watch all the fireworks around town. I came home. I was like, I'm not going to turn this on. Why would I do this to myself? And the next morning I woke up and I was like, I'm not going to rewatch it. Why would I do that to myself? So I don't know how it was. There was much to have been said about it in the lead up, and we did. It is sad and unfortunate that our 250th anniversary could not have been more of a unifying celebration. But I do, to your point about the World Cup, I do think that it's been kind of just replaced by, there was a vacuum and it was filled mostly. We'll get to that at the end. Mostly by the World Cup team. So that's all. Do you have any deep thoughts for people who are desperate for observations about his speech?
I mean, I think Trump's attempt to hijack it basically failed. I think 98% of Americans were ignoring what was happening in Washington, enjoying July 4th in a pretty traditional way in their neighborhoods and their backyards and their local high schools. Watching fireworks, or like you, and the roofs of semi-legally on the roofs of garages watching fireworks. No, seriously, that's what people do on July 4th, and they go to swimming pools, and it was hot here. We went to our little neighborhood on July 4th. It's usually a little parade, little kids in their tricycles kind of thing. It was too hot, actually, so they just assembled in one area where there was some shade and mixed and mingled and provided, red, white, and blue popsicles. But it was charming, and it was nice, and I was there about 45 minutes. Several Bulwark readers and viewers, I'm happy to say. No talk of Trump, actually, except for implicitly, I'd say, in the praise for the Bulwark. But, just chatting about what was people's lives and what was going on and how their kids were and so forth. So that reassured me that the huge bulk of America was able to tune out Trump, I think.
Yeah. A Federalist, a small D Democratic.
Yeah.
4th
really.
of July, us in our communities. That feels right. Well, the president is back this morning, up early, ringing the bell in the Oval Office. This all feels so gauche and inappropriate. And it was the first joint opening of the NASDAQ and the Dow to announce the Trump accounts. He just put his name on them. In his remarks, he mentions Michael Dell, who contributed to those accounts. And he urged people to buy the Dell stock and said that Dell was going to be repaid for his donation. The Dell stock surged this morning after he said that. The last week, we heard, right before the weekend, that some investment accounts owned by Trump engaged in 300 previously undisclosed stock purchases, one day ahead of his surprise announcement that he would pause his Liberation Day tariffs. There'd been a 45-day deadline to report those transactions. He doesn't abide by deadlines. You replied to that story with just a brief tweet that said impeach and convict. That stirred me. I want to talk about the merits of impeachment, but first, the degree of grotesquerie around this, it's hard to even kind of wrap your arms around.
No, it really is. I remember a year and a half ago, it was like, well, Orban, of course, we can't, the Trumpists admired Orban, but we can't, it's America. We're not going to go that far down that path. And people meant partly the authoritarian path, but partly the kleptocracy path, the corruption path.
People did say that.
And I don't know Orban's regime in detail, but I feel like we've probably gone further than Orban, or at least equivalently far. Kind of in Putin territory almost with this level of corruption, aren't we? And it's really, it's appalling. And the reason I just couldn't resist, I just tweeted impeach and convict because, and I'm curious on your thoughts on this though, but is that, some of the other stuff's a little more complicated. I'm proving that Trump is being lawless or misusing the Justice Department, or you shouldn't go to war without authorization. I mean, these are all pretty obviously bad things that Trump has done, in my opinion, but there are people around who will say, oh no, it's more complicated. The stealing is just classic. It's just classic corruption. It's sort of no one's ever doubted that you can be impeached for that, right? I mean, that's in a way, it's in a way the most straightforward. It's the least grave of his offenses, you might say, in terms of the future of America as a liberal democracy and a constitutional republic. But it's also the most glaring and obvious, I guess I think.
I guess I even quibble with least grave just because it is the path towards just being just total banana republic territory, right? And and like this is just how things work from Putin in great powers, or once great powers, former great powers that behave like this, that decline, to just like kind of random, tin pot third world countries. Like this is what happens. Like the president gets paid off by the corporation that runs whatever agricultural product they have, or they pay off the TV station owner. Like this is just how things work in countries where there is no rule of law, and we have kind of declined fully into that level of I don't even mean this like as a pejorative to those countries, but like third worldism in the way that's just like these, a lot of times that this is what you need to get kind of third world economies up and going, and the successful ones are they institute rule of law. The leader of the country no longer can be paid off and cannot like pay off his children, and doesn't have his son-in-law running things, right? Like that's how you build trust in the system, and then that's how you get business and money into the system. Like this is just kind of basic stuff, and like we're going the other way. And like he said last week at the end of the week, or I guess this was maybe on Sunday, about his kids, almost anything they do, they have inside information. And he kind of starts rambling, and he's like, if they buy a cupcake company, then the cupcake company has a contract with somebody. And he's just like, so we don't have to care about it. We don't care about it. Like that was like the upshot of this. Like they're gonna have inside information about everything. And I agree with you. Like I think that and who knows exactly what's happening. This is why you have to have an investigation, right? Like when it comes to like who is doing the we don't know, like who is doing these investments. Did they have inside information? It sure seems like it. I don't know. I didn't buy a bunch of stocks the day before they did the pause on the tariffs, so maybe it's luck. But I do think that like just going in on the pure like financial corruption like is something that is, to your point, I think both easy to explain to people as a political matter, but I think it's just important and like safeguarding the future of the republic, just to be like, hey, like we can't do this anymore. Like this isn't going to be allowed next time. Like they're going to be held to account for this. I don't know. I mean, I think that's just on that level. I think that obviously investigating it is important and holding them accountable based on what is found. But that's, I think, a pretty compelling impeachment case for me.
No, I think I agree with that. I was thinking about it when the founders used the word corruption, which they use about the republic in general. They also mean just corruption, and they understood right from the beginning that this is, as you say, how corrupt monarchies and other kinds of despotisms work. I mean, it's an aspect of the broader corruption, but financial corruption is an important part of the broader political and social corruption, really.
A good night's rest sets you up for a great day. I'm a big sleep fan. I love sleeping. People sometimes ask if I'm getting enough sleep because, I'm producing so much content. And while I produce content, you hear about the other parts of my lifestyle that I enjoy. The gay lifestyle, going out, partying, parenting. And the reality is I do get sleep because I hit the pillow and I'm out immediately. It's nice. It's a great gift. Doesn't happen on every mattress. And there's one mattress that's been ensuring that I get that sleep that I need. It's our friends at Helix. We love our Helix mattress. It is supportive, but still comfortable. They've got upgrades for some special cooling features. It's hot New Orleans nights. It's easier to fall asleep, and I wake up feeling rested and ready for the day. And Helix makes it easy for you to make the switch too. Helix delivers your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the U.S. They have a 120-night sleep trial and a lifetime limited warranty. And the Happy with Helix guarantee means you can rest easy with seamless returns and exchanges. So it's easy to give Helix a try. It's been great, and you'll love it too. Go to helixsleep.com/thebulwark for 20% off site-wide, 25% off Luke's mattresses. That's what I got. And 30% off Elite mattresses. That's helixsleep.com/thebulwark for 20% off site-wide. Make sure you enter our show name after checkout so they know we sent you. helixsleep.com/thebulwark. And where are you? I think you've been more pro-impeachment than me from the start. I don't know if this was about being beaten down by the last time, or there's like one part of me that's just a little bit like, what's the point? There's a little bit of that element to it. Like, what is impeachment anymore? Like, he got elected back again. Like, how is it different than a sternly worded letter? Like, at some level, like there's that argument that kind of bounces around my head, and then there's like the strategic argument, which I think is not nothing, right? Which is you don't want to signal to people, if the Democrats get back in power, that their only priority is retribution against Trump. Like, you do want to signal to people that the thing that they care the most about, they want to spend time on, is ensuring that that their lives are made better, and maybe there's a way to tie the corruption to that, which is hold Trump accountable so that you can focus those resources on actually helping the forgotten man or the working man and woman in America. And I don't know, both of those points I think are not totally invalid. Like, I think that that's a worthwhile thing to think about and to discuss if you're Hakeem Jeffries and his crew, or whoever is kind of making those calls next year, presuming the Democrats get back in power. But it just kind of has been overwhelmed by me, by like just the blatantness of the corruption, and I think the point that I was making earlier, just that for there to be any hope for repair, you kind of have to say, no, like, there is a line, and it's been well past crossed, and this is how the system works. And just because we know that there aren't going to be any honorable Republicans, who go along with this, does not mean that we are not going to do our obligation to the law and to the Constitution by going through impeachment. That's kind of where I've landed. I don't know where you're at.
Yeah, and also I in the 20 seconds I thought before tweeting about impeach and convict, I thought it's kind of a division of labor thing. I do think people like us, if Hakeem Jeffries calls me after he watches this podcast later today and says, well, should I be talking and encouraging my members to be talking more about impeachment? I'm not sure, for the reason you said. I'm not sure I would say yes. And even if he calls me on January 5th or whatever of 2027 as speaker and says, should we move ahead on it? I don't expect him to, but if he were to, I'm not sure what I would say, because that's a different role. I do think our role is to sort of tell the truth, obviously, and that's sort of, and to be a little provocative. But this is being provocative and telling the truth. So I'm happy to at least get the idea out there. It's important that people understand, I think, that he deserves to be impeached. As a practical matter, people deserve all kinds of things and don't get, deserve various punishments. Sure. And people decide not to impose them for prudential reasons. But it's important to bring home how terrible what's happening is.
I mean, there's no doubt that there would be, well, I guess we don't know how many Democratic senators there are, but they'll end up being, but there's no doubt that there would be 20 Republican senators who would gladly go along with an impeachment process of a Democratic politician if their sons were invested in 14 different rare earth mineral companies around the world, and we're doing illegal stock trades with what seems to be insider information, and go on and on. Like, there's just no doubt that these Republicans would go along with it if it wasn't for Trump. And so part of it then for me also is, when you go back to that strategic question, I think that there's a risk. I think that if Democrats alongside of this strategically need to also demonstrate to Americans that they care about their concerns, not just going after Trump. But I think also there's a strategic benefit of making the Republicans defend this nonsense. Like, really? Like, you think this is okay for the president and his family to enrich himself at levels like totally unimaginable in past White Houses, totally beyond anything that you criticized about Hunter Biden or anybody else? I think that's a worthwhile pressure campaign to put on them.
And also the emoluments and gifts and bribes, if we can call it that, from foreign governments and I guess foreign companies too. That's kind of worth bringing home, right? I was thinking, I don't know if you mentioned Banana Republic earlier, or if it came to my mind as you were talking about third world countries. I don't know. I guess the origin of that, I don't know what the origin of that phrase is. People can look it up. Obviously, these places in Central America and Latin America, I guess, grow bananas. But also, I think part of the phrase comes from the fact that we, the United Fruit Company or whatever, participated in the corruption of the willing corruption, I guess I would say, of their governments, of their dictators, by in effect, cutting deals with them to get good commercial deals. So we used to be on the side of, it's something we didn't weren't proud of, but we did it for whatever. We let our companies do it. At some point, we passed laws, I think in the 70s, to stop American companies from this kind of behavior. But it did happen for quite a while. We're now, but it's bad enough to do it, and we stopped doing it. It's worse to be on the other end. It's pathetic.
Right.
I mean, we're like, Qatar is like the old U.S., and we're like the old, I don't even know what country to insult. I won't insult a particular country by mentioning it, but whoever was, Guatemala or someone whom United Fruit Hunt, Pride.
That is right. To the Qatar point, Trump has now taken the inaugural flight on their plane. We get hand-me-downs from Qatar now. That's the state of our decrepit country. And he's flying that plane today to NATO summit in Ankara this evening. I don't know. I mean, I want to get into the NATO of it, but it's truly remarkable. This is where we're at. Like the Trump is in business with the UAE on his crypto business, and that Qatar has now given us our Air Force One as a gift, which we've accepted this bribe, simultaneously to this point where we're still embroiled in a conflict that involves Qatar, that involves their region where they have interests. We're allegedly still working on a final deal to resolve the stupid Iran war that we started, that Qatar has a point of view on. And if Trump was ever, I'm skeptical this will ever happen, but was ever to fly to a summit where he sits across the new gay Ayatollah and signs a peace deal, he'll be flying on the Qatar plane.
Yeah,
I don't have a question.
Yeah.
That's just...
It is. Yeah, what about that Iran war? That doesn't seem to come up a whole lot there over the last several days. This thing that Trump and Hegseth, they were so proud of. This was America. We were pulverizing and obliterating everyone. We were back. No other president has ever done this. The American military has never done anything like this for 200 years. Suddenly, we're having this giant celebration of July 4th, and did Trump even? I didn't watch his speech, as we were saying earlier, so I don't know if he mentioned it even. I don't hear a lot of talk about it, though. Just as well, since it was a humiliating defeat, actually.
Y'all know that I'm not really the DIY type when it comes to home improvements. There's this home improvement show I was watching with this gay couple. They're from Detroit. Dang, I'm blanking on the name of the show, but they're from Michigan, then they did a New Orleans season. And I'm jealous. I wish I was a DIY gay, but I'm not. I still like the redesigning part of the house. I still like zhuzhing. Still like making things nicer and more fresh, and doing the shopping part. I like the shopping part. The DIY part, not as much. And our friends at 3 Day Blinds give me everything I need to ensure that I can do the shopping and enjoy it and not have to do the execution. What a win. They're the leading, 3 Day Blinds is the leading manufacturer of high quality custom window treatments in the US. And right now, if you use my URL, 3dayblinds.com/thebulwark, they're running a buy one, get one 50% off deal. We can shop for almost anything at home. Why not shop for blinds at home too? 3 Day Blinds has local, professionally trained design consultants who have 10 plus years of experience that provide expert guidance on the right blinds for you in the comfort of your home. Right now, get quality window treatments that fit your budget with 3 Day Blinds. Head to 3dayblinds.com/thebulwark for their buy one, get one 50% off deal on custom blinds, shades, and drapery for a free, no charge, no obligation consultation. Just head to 3dayblinds.com/thebulwark. One last time, that's buy one, get one 50% off when you head to the number 3, dayblinds.com/thebulwark. We'll see how much talk about it there is at the NATO summit. I guess it's good that Trump's going. Maybe not, though. I don't know. That's a low bar. And he could have just totally given up on NATO by now. I was pretty struck. The Europeans have been pretty good, and we've had a lot of compliments of the Europeans on Bill and Tim Monday. They've been surprisingly strong-willed, I think, in the Trump second term, and they've been stalwart in support of Ukraine, and standing up Trump on Iran, I think, was pretty noteworthy. Even still, you get the kind of little weak-kneed European nature comes up from time to time. This is Playbook this morning. I was just reading it. These are a couple of various quotes and sentences about the lead up to the meeting tonight. European NATO allies are pulling out all the stops to prevent a Trump blow-up. The mood in the run-up to the summit is poised, but with a sense of foreboding. While European governments have on paper done everything they can to keep Trump happy, A last-minute surprise can't be ruled out. European allies will be holding their breath as Trump heads to Ankara. Like, do they have to do all this? Maybe Trump should be holding his breath. Like, why are they letting him be the protagonist of the story? He's the outsider. Anyway, that was a little bit annoying. We'll see exactly what they're going to focus on. I'm sure Trump will bluster on spending money and complain about the lack of support in Iran, but unclear what tangible might come of it.
I mean, maybe these European ambassadors are just saying things to an American media outlet that they know Trump will read or read about,
yeah, sure.
And sort of want to make Trump feel important, and that they really want him to behave. I guess they do want him to behave. They're still in the game, which I don't blame them for, of keeping him on board as long as possible. And I do think on Ukraine, it's a practical concern that he seems to be annoyed at Putin. He seems to be less intent on damaging Zelensky in Ukraine. That's the one thing the Europeans have stepped up the most on, and it's the most important thing. So I give them a certain amount of leeway here. But one bristles when one reads that. But and Ukraine, I think Ukraine will be the big story. I mean, how much do they do for Zelensky will be there? How much do they do for Ukraine? How much does Trump get in the way? The other minor story, but not minor, I mean, the second story after Zelensky is Magyar being there, I think, representing Hungary. So that will be, I guess I said this in Morning Shots, I'm going to listen to Zelensky and Magyar speak for American ideals and kind of just try to avoid listening to Trump.
Yeah, supposedly Trump had a call with both Putin and Zelensky in the lead up to this. I thought that was interesting. The Telegraph reported this. The sourcing on this is a little shaky, but I think it's worth at least mentioning. The United States has supposedly warned Poland that Russia could be preparing a military provocation aimed at testing NATO's resolve and weakening Western support for Ukraine. This is kind of single source to a Polish outlet through a Polish source. And so it's the kind of thing where it's like, who in the United States did this? It's kind of unclear,
Right.
How high level this tip-off is. But I don't know, it just gave me a little flashback to these types of stories were sprouting up before the Ukraine war, where our intelligence services were warning Ukraine this was real, and some people weren't taking that seriously in Europe and even in Ukraine. And then, we saw it happen. So I don't know. The Russian war, Russia is just getting obliterated on the front line. And there's been some reports that, things inside the Kremlin maybe aren't as happy as they were. And so it doesn't seem crazy to me that Putin would try some other gambit to try to change the kind of narrative, change the momentum around what's happening.
I mean, I gather from some friends who are more in touch than I am with European diplomats or even European, intelligence officials and so forth. They've been to Europe recently at conferences, that the Europeans seem pretty concerned. I take it this is partly based on their own intelligence about Putin trying to recover from what's happening on the front with Ukraine by doing something either in Poland or maybe in the Baltic states, and maybe not a full-fledged invasion, but a lot of troublemaking and false flag type operations. So yeah, I think this may be a subset of that.
And I just think that's important context in the lead up to the NATO summit, in that it's kind of one of those obvious statements, but it would be nice to know for sure that the United States president was aligned with Poland and aligned with our European allies in the event that something like this happened, because Putin doesn't have the guys for a full invasion of we're just seeing what's happening in Ukraine. He doesn't, they just couldn't do it successfully. What could be successful is a provocation that yields kind of what Trump and others of his ilk starting to be well, this isn't worth it anymore. We can see the escalation is happening. It's time to back off. Right. And that would be the gambit, and hard to have confidence that our president would not fold to that gambit. Anything else on Europe before we come to come back to the States? I have a segment right now. This is very rare for me. Okay. We're doing it 20 minutes into the show. It's two topics. It is the Tim is sometimes right segment. JVL and Sarah have their always right shirts. Yeah. I'm not always right. And ethos of the show is radical candor. I admit when I'm wrong. I'm wrong often. where I'm learning. I'm trying to have guests on who are smarter than me on things. I'm learning with the audience. There are a couple things that I have a pretty astute ear about, and so I do want to mention them because they both came to a head over the weekend. The first is my friend Mallory McMorrow dropped out of the Senate race in Michigan. She was, I don't know, maybe 3 months ago now, at the top. And it was basically a three-way coin flip. I mean, I had lunch with somebody, I don't know, in the spring at some point, who's very deeply involved in that race, not in the McMorrow camp, who, understood all the polling. And at that time, they said to me, it's a three-way coin flip. Like, it's totally even. Like, I could hear, the argument that McMorrow's leading or not. Iran war starts. Abdullah El-Sayed starts really leaning into anti-war stuff. He has Hassan Piker and some other DSA types come to visit. The Third Way puts out a demand that all candidates condemn Hassan Piker and condemn the people on the left that have said things that are anti-American or anti-Semitic or whatever. And McMorrow condemns El-Sayed for having Piker there. That was like one small kind of internet thing, but that leads to like this broader skirmish of kind of a left-right attack where Stevens is not being attacked that much, the Chuck Schumer supported candidate, the AIPAC supported candidate, and McMorrow and Saeed start attacking each other after that. And that leads to a precipitous decline in Mallory McMorrow's polling, and she ends up in a distant third, and now she's out of the race. At the time, I was like, this is stupid. I was like, this is stupid from what Third Way is doing. Why are you trying to, get yourself involved in this race? Like, it is not going to work. It's going to backfire. It's going to boomerang. If anything, it will have no effect. Worst case scenario, it will boomerang back on the candidates that you're trying to pressure. Like, this is, even if you're right in the principle, like, even if you grant everything they said about whoever else that he campaigned with and that they're a bad person, it's still a dumb strategy. And like, this is that obviously bore fruit and turned out like Democratic voters right now are like not interested in hearing their candidates decide that they want to pick fights with people on the far left flank. Like, it's not that there will be a time for that. There'll be a moment for that. Like, this is potentially, if you want to have that fight, maybe it'll be the 2028 primary. We'll see. But like, that is not what they're interested in. Like that, and it was stupid. And we lived through this. I said this the whole time. Like, we lived through this. Who were the survivors on the Republican? If you're just like, again, if you're taking outside the morals, you're just trying to win. Like, all this is you're an interest group who's trying to help the candidates that you prefer ideologically win. Who did well in the Tea Party time? McConnell. Mitch McConnell did well. Not the people in the party that decided that they wanted to go to take a full-on head-on fight with the Tea Party people. They lost. Eric Cantor lost. Like, how did McConnell survive? McConnell survived by like being strategic, being smart, like sometimes sometimes adapting the to appeal to the Tea Party right. Other times picking spots to find weak opponents to go after on weak topics. Like, going after the DSA left on over war in Israel, like right when Israel is getting us into a stupid war, was moronic. Like, it was, you were fighting from your weakest possible perch at the worst times. Anyway, okay. So they're out, and I think it sucks because I think that Mallory would have been the best candidate. I think that both El-Sayed and Haley are imperfect candidates for different reasons. And, I want people to be smart, and I don't think it means that they have to swallow their principles or, not believe it, not believe, or not say what they think. But it's just like, the Democratic voters right now are looking for people that are anti-status quo, that are going to fight Trump, that have their eye on the ball, that are focused on the real enemy. And they're looking for people that are demonstrating that they're going to be against stupid wars, that they're going to care about their economic concerns. Like, that's like every focus group Sarah says it, every poll says it. And like, picking this factional fight right now is both dumb strategy and it's just wrong. Like, it's the wrong fight to have right now, even outside of kind of the more Machiavellian political concerns. So there's my rant about the Michigan Senate race. It's in sorrow, not in anger, that I talk about Mallory getting out of the race. And I think she'll come back. She is fine. Like her personal brand, I don't think is hurt, and I think that she can run for a statewide office in Michigan in the future and be fine. So I don't. Do you have anything to add or rebut?
No, except the general, people should calm down and accept that it's a big party. The Mitch McConnell, example is interesting. I was thinking back to those years. He at times accommodated the Tea Party. He at times fought them, raised a ton of money to defeat some of their candidates in key Senate races. Remember that Mississippi race? Remember was that 2014?
Yeah. I was going to use the Mississippi race.
Tad Cochran, who was not in great shape at that point, to be I will sadly
But it's like
say.
Chris McDaniel's a racist talk radio host.
Right.
And it's like they went at him, and they went at him aggressively, and they used very smart strategy. It was kind of a pincer attack. Like they brought in some black voters from to vote in the primary to defeat him. And it was a very sophisticated strategy to go after like one of the weaker Tea Party people. And that's like you mentioned, and there are other times
But
where
that
they
was
just
close.
endorsed the
I
Tea
mean,
Party.
I think it was a couple of percentage points they were able to save Cochran at that point. And then if I was thinking about 2010, I think it was, I might have the day, 2012, maybe, a protege of McConnell's, Trey Grayson, who I knew slightly at the time, ran for the Senate, the open Senate seat, I guess it was, against Rand Paul. And Rand Paul clobbered McConnell's guy, Grayson, in the primary. And then, and McConnell wasn't thrilled about that, but he decided, okay, Rand Paul's my colleague from Kentucky. I don't love him, but got to make the thing work. And McConnell was a pretty effective, for better or worse, minority leader, then majority leader for the next, 10, 12 years, and had Rand Paul's vote when he needed it on almost everything except the one or two issues where Paul really, had a
and
principled
partnered with
problem.
Rand and stayed on. And this is the same thing with Rubio. Remember, like again, it was like they had Christ initially at the time,
Right.
and then Rubio runs as a Tea Party person, and it's like McConnell didn't go whole hog going after him, and look at where Rubio is now, right? So it's just like there are times to have the fight, but it's like. This was not the right time, particularly given the topic of the war and Al Said. Again, say what you want about him. Like, I has been run a pretty effective campaign, and Mike Murphy, who is much more irascible and grumpy than me, and much less willing to kind of hand it to the left side of the Democratic Party, and he still is a Republican that's standing. I've been listening to his analysis about this, and he's like, Al Said is the best politician in the race. Like, he doesn't have the baggage that like some of maybe those House candidates in New York did from the DSA side. Murphy's not rooting for him, but just as an analysis standpoint, it's like you have to look at the field and say, okay, maybe I'll say this is going to be offensive to both sides, is more of a Rubio, and less of a Chris McDaniel, right? And so then you have to assess it, from that vantage point. So that's just kind of how I think. I think that it would, and you also have to know what kind of year and what cycle it is. And I think that in a different year, I think I'll say it would be a pretty risky bet in Michigan. I'm like less convinced that that's the case this year, like in the first Trump midterm. I mean, is he slightly more risky than Stevens? Probably slightly more, but I'm not convinced like a lot more. And I'm not sure anybody's like demonstrated that.
Yeah, Murphy knows Michigan well. He grew up there and ran the Engler campaigns there and the Spencer Abraham campaign, so he knows that, keeps a close eye on that state. I like that your idea that what would you claim you are? You're mostly right or sometimes right?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I'm going to be occasionally right. That's I'm one notch below you. Say, JVL and Sarah can float up there in the always right, or claim to be always right category. But in my occasionally right persona, I've always thought Stevens was a stronger candidate than people thought, just because she's such an experienced and tough candidate, tough-minded candidate with a good team and all that. And I kind of think if I had to bet, I'd bet on her defeating Al Said in the primary. But in a way, if you were designing things, McMorrow is kind of the best of the three, because she captures a lot of the young change side of things without Al Said's, being so far left. So I don't know, but I don't know what's going to happen. I hope. Well, we'll see what happens, right?
Yeah, and the black vote is another thing that is a subtext to all this, which is you got to do well with black voters in the Democratic primary, and I do think McMorrow is struggling there, and I think that's kind of unrelated to that other tactical element that I was talking about. I think that's something that's going to be people are going to be continually reminded of as you head up to 2028 discourse. My summer vacation is almost here. I can't wait. I need the time to relax and unwind. I'm going to shut down the Twitter machine. You guys are going to have to hold me accountable for that. I want you looking. I want you spying on my Twitter account, seeing if I even do any retweets. Retweets are also not going to be allowed. So one thing I'm trying to do as I prepare for my restful, no Twitter European vacation is a little bit of language work, some fun. If you got summer travel coming up, right now is the time to start so you can actually use what you learn on the trip. Babbel's offering listeners up to 60% off. Go to babbel.com/bulwark. That's BABBEL.com/bulwark for up to 60% off. Rules and restrictions may apply. Okay, Tim is sometimes right, number 2. Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's fixer, a resistance star for a while. The resistance, certain resistance outlets loved Michael Cohen, and they wanted to, welcome him in and talk about how great he was and give him shows. He's back in Trump's good graces. Who could have predicted? WABC owner John Katzimatidis said Cohen and Trump have smoothed things over. He offered him a radio show on WABC. Katzimatidis says, I checked with the White House. They had no objection. Cohen
What a wonderful world we live in. You're running a media outlet, and he just says, as if it's, of course, I checked with the White House to make sure they didn't have a problem.
Cohen gave a quote. I was told the president gave me a glowing recommendation for this gig because he believes I'm going to be the next Rush Limbaugh. I don't believe that. We all have our weaknesses. Okay? We like being told that we're right. We like having our biases flattered. This has benefited some of the Never Trumpers. I'll be honest about it. It's found a lot of Democrats like coming to us. They're like, see, one of the things I like about this is, see, Bill Kristol, who I always used to disagree with when he was on This Week, now says I'm right. Okay. Yeah. You also have to use your judgment. Okay. And I never had Michael Cohen on the show. I will have people on the show that have Trumpy views. I might this week, as a matter of fact, but as long as they're not bullshitting me. We cannot have people that are completely full of shit, that are totally, that have their for sale sign up, that are obviously going to go back and forth depending on what is convenient. That was true about Cohen. Cohen was not like he got lumped in with us. This is why maybe it's a little bit offensive at times. He's not like the Never Trumpers, who some of us never supported Trump, you and me, or others who reluctantly were on the outskirts and then came around, or people who are young like Sarah Matthews, who went in there and then saw it was gross and came out. That was Michael Cohen was Trump's fucking bagman. He was his bagman. He was doing gross, disgusting, illegal, corrupt things on behalf of Trump for decades. And I was never really convinced that MO had changed, and then you'd go on the shows. It's the end of Trump. Okay, all right. He is what we thought he was. So Michael Cohen off. So if you ever wonder why hasn't not Tim had random resistance superstar on the show, maybe the Michael Cohen lesson is one of why. Any other thoughts on that before we move on?
I don't know if I was ever on anything with him. Maybe there were one or two shows I didn't control, so to speak, where Zooms or whatever. I found myself on with him, and I guess we were cordial enough. But I do recall, and I worried someone will double check this, and maybe I once went on. He asked me to be on his. He had a podcast, I think, and he asked me to be on a million times. I mean, many, many, many times. And I was kind of offended when I just kept, I was just politely said, no, I think I'll pass. I didn't say anything about why. And then he got kind of bristly, as I vaguely recall from our brief exchanges on DMs, I think on Twitter or at the time or whatever it was. But I never did. I think I never went on the show. So I'm with you in being on that one too. You were good. You had good sense on that.
That stinks. Speaking of just really on the media corruption thing, that you mentioned with the WABC reminded me. There's another story that's been kind of happening in the background, which is there continued to be a right-wing effort to take away the licenses of these local ABC TV stations. So this all kind of burst into public over the Jimmy Kimmel element, right? Where Brendan Carr was threatening, and it was the national ABC, but one of the, I think, most pernicious parts of that is he was threatening these local ABC affiliates where the government does still have licensing power, and saying, hey, if you don't take him off the air, we're going to challenge these licenses, and then Kimmel gets back on the air. But that part of it continued. And you have this like media research center who has like one of the stupid Bozell kids that runs it. And like they're well funded though on the right. And they have like a lawsuit against these local stations, or a challenge against these local stations, saying that they're doing communist propaganda and who the hell knows what else. And like that is like, it's just worth noting that like that pressure from the White House on media outlets where they have power is still ongoing.
And, Brendan Carr's a good example. I don't follow very closely, but I know a tiny bit about what he's doing at the FCC. It's an all, there's a term they use, like a stupid term always, all of government. We have an all of government foreign policy on whatever, something, get the Treasury Department and Commerce. Everyone's involved in some effort. This was used a lot during the early days of the war in Iraq and the war on terror, and then to some degree on Ukraine. And it's true. It's just the phrase is a little bit pompous and pretentious. Trump has an all of government assault on his opponents. It's not like it's only the White House or Stephen Miller or Blanche's Justice Department. Regulatory agencies that we don't think about a lot, and that mostly have been pretty passive or ineffectual over the recent decades, you might even say. They're involved. And as you say, and each of these things adds up, right? It's not, Brendan Carr is not quite as scary as having the FBI or the Justice Department chasing you down, or maybe having our friend there at ODNI, trying to find you and prosecute you. But it's not nothing if you're running a local TV station, right? So no, I think that part's under the degree to which they have done a pretty good job from their point of view. But again, this is Orban-ish, right, and Putin-ish. Every part of the government, some they're going after you from many different angles at once.
It made me think, we were struck when I had John Gans on. He had his jock creep theory of fascism, and we were noting that there are a lot more jocks in this administration than creeps. But Brendan Carr definitely fits in the creep category. I'm not sure how much there's to say about this story, but it's like so shocking. I have to mention it. This is Bulwark Podcast Ghost True Crime. An Idaho mother was charged with the murders of her 18-month-old twins a year after suggesting their deaths were the result of vaccinations. Days after the kids, a boy and a girl, were found dead, Shaw and her husband appeared on a podcast produced by RFK's Children Health Defense Fund, the anti-vaccine organization. I mean, that is just horrifying. Ugh. And astonishing that is now the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Yeah.
Like what?
Agreed. No, terrible. Well, that's another aspect. The prosecution of the going after opponents is pervasive in the government, and I don't know what to call this exactly. I don't know what the right word for this is, but the being adjacent to truly detestable and despicable actions, not to say criminal actions. That's also pretty pervasive in this administration, right? Yeah.
It is. And it also just is the danger. This is obviously something that is much more acute on the right, but occasionally, we see in left media that I like to comment on why this is important. Like, participating in conspiracy theory culture is dangerous in ways it's hard to predict. It just is. And like, you get into this world where you have people that are mentally unwell, and like they attach onto your conspiracy theories, and something like this happens. I mean, like, this is not, and these two cases are not wholly, this is not wholly unconnected kind of what the situation was with Tina Peters. And obviously Tina Peters didn't murder somebody, but like, what was the underlying corrupt act in that story? Well, it was that she was like so convinced that the elections were stolen that she tried to rig the machines herself, right? Or go into the machines to get proof of it, right? Against the rules, right? Like that type of thing happens, right? People become so convinced of something, they try to make it through. It's Pizzagate, right? It's the guy showing up to the basement of the pizza parlor with a gun. And so when like you participate in this type of conspiracy culture and advance these conspiracies, like, it should not be surprising what comes of it. So there we are. Great England-Mexico game last night. It was very fun to watch. The Brits now head against the Norwegians. I noticed in your Twitter feed there's a historic reference about the last time the Brits and the Norwegians met. What do you know about the Battle of 1066?
The Battle of Hastings, I don't know, but some Brit, needless to say, was talking about how they lost that battle. No, they defeated the Vikings in that battle. They then lost to William the Conqueror coming from France, so they still have to make up for their French defeat. But he's hoping that they defeat Norway for the first time in a millennium, I suppose.
Battle of the Stamford Bridge.
Yeah,
that Norwegian dude Holland is a beast, though.
He is.
I've been intrigued by that. So the joy that has been brought to the World Cup, similar to the Knicks' joy.
Yeah.
Like Donald Trump obviously has to try to ruin everything and like involve himself in everything. We cannot. There's no part of the human existence that Donald Trump does not want to get his little tentacles onto, his little tiny little orange digits. He wants to touch everything and make everything tainted by his burnt orange aura, and as such, it has happened here. The American player gets. I don't fucking know. I'm not a soccer person. Seemed like a pretty ticky-tack red card to me. If you get a red card, you can't play in the next match. People I think, seem to be rightly outraged about this to me. So he was going to be out for the game against Belgium, which takes place this evening, and the FIFA, and which gave Trump, you might remember, the FIFA Peace Prize. I don't know if they've given anyone a FIFA prize for literature or science yet, but they have handed out a FIFA Peace Prize to Donald Trump. They rescinded the red card. It had only happened one time before in 1960 something to a Brazilian. And Trump is now taking credit for this, kind of cheekily, said that he called FIFA. There's kind of conflicting reports on how many times he called and how aggressive he was, etc. But I kind of don't care. But it's unfortunate that like it would have been fine for the right thing to do, somebody that is not a megalomaniac like Trump, even if he did call, the right thing to do would be to say he did not. Right. Because if you were to say that righteousness prevailed here, that the player had not committed the red card, and so it was smart of FIFA to rescind it and honorable and fair, but he doesn't. That's not what they're going for. Fair play. So anyway, he's back, which is good news for the Americans. But I don't know. It's similarly to Trump showing up to game 4 of the Knicks finals.
I'm not knowledgeable enough to know. I mean, it seemed like a ticky-tacky red card, and we joked in the morning shots, I think on Friday morning, whatever, that hey, Trump, or Thursday morning, Trump's whatever it was, Trump's a mob boss. He should be arranging this stuff. We didn't really think he would. I mean, if you were incidentally, if he wanted to do this in a way that didn't make one kind of conflicted almost about watching him here, because it was really, even if it's a bad call, they probably should have let it, gone by the rules of the game once the call was made, and everyone was preparing for a game in which he wouldn't play. But if he was going to do it, he could have done it through an intermediary, and that head of FIFA is such a tool, and he's such a toady to Trump that he probably would have made it happen anyway. But Trump can't resist, right? He has to let it be known that he personally called, that he's been on top of this and all that. So I think that's, that head of FIFA guy, that guy, they've put on, I got to say, the World Cup's been terrific. So some people at FIFA know what they're doing. But that guy who runs it, whose name is escaping me, he seems like a total creep. And someone had a funny comment on Twitter. Did the contract with Fox require that we have they show us this head of FIFA who no one cares about, Infantino watching the game from the stands every 30 minutes? It's really like ludicrous. They go to him more often. To their credit, they don't seem to go to politicians. They don't interview politicians, and you get a pretty straight 90 minutes of soccer or football, as they say, and you get good commentary by former great soccer players. But that Infantino guy I could do without.
It's kind of how I feel about Ruda too, as we go to NATO. It's like, I understand that sometimes as part of your job, you have to deal with this asshole that our country elected president twice, and that there's certain things that you need to do to kind of make things move along. But some people suck up to him with a little too much relish. And and it's in the eye of the beholder, but for me, both Infantino and Ruda have fallen on the wrong side of the relish line. And it's like, they seem to be enjoying it. They seem to kind of like it in the end, and maybe even like Trump. some of these people come to like Trump, and it seems like that happened to Bill Maher. Like he went to visit him, and like he kind of like they get there, and there's something about him that appeals. I'm lucky I don't have that gene at all.
I mean, I can see it. He was a successful con man for all those decades, and con men always have some ability to get people to like them, right? That's how the con works, I think. And the one time he called me in 2015 after I wrote the initial Weekly Standard editorial saying we could never, of course, support Trump, but I actually then argued, this was like June, July of 2015, or suggested that, you know, politicians probably could learn something from Trump's success. There's more of a mood out there than some of us realize. That was one of the few things, one of my occasionally correct points. But I said, of course, we could never support Trump. And Trump called me, I think I've told this, and you know, said, oh, no, you'll come around, Bill, and all this. And he has a kind of he has that kind of jocular, backslapping, kind of New Yorky manner on the phone that I wasn't deeply moved, I wasn't moved at all by it, I will say. But anyway, but I can see, I remember thinking when I hung up or put down my phone, that, you know, I could see how he can sort of get people to think, he's not a bad guy, you know, kind of a backslapping sort
Just
of type
objectively, that's a good interpersonal trait. And like, as somebody like you and me who write about people in the public eye or tweet about people in the public eye occasionally, there's a much less appealing trait of other famous people, which is when you do that to call and like bitch and moan and talk about how unfair it is and try to work you over. And it's like, okay, and like that's a turnoff. Yeah. And if you're somebody like me, when someone does that, that makes me want to shit on you more, kind of. So it backfires. But Trump does it in a way that's like he's also hurt. Like he's also complaining, right? But like you said, the jocular, that's just a better interpersonal way to handle it. Like, and so he does. I just, by all accounts, like in private, he wins people over that way.
I mean, he also has the other side, of course, as well. He'll berate and scream and yell and threaten. And of course, after all that jocular conversation, we spent the next 3 years trying and succeeding ultimately in getting the Weekly Standard closed down. So, you know, I don't want to overstate how charming and jocular he is. But I did felt like get a glimpse there of why he's got some people who I remember at the time thinking, how could they even work for him? Thinking, I guess maybe he's just, you know, they discount all the horrible things and they find it sort of entertaining or amusing or whatever, flattering, I suppose.
Me too. I want to be abundantly clear on a couple of things from this podcast as we close. Number one, I was not comparing Abdul Saeed or any of the left Democrats to the racist radio host in Mississippi. So I'm using a analogy about how to handle popular insurgents within a party. Okay, that's all, and learning from good strategies. So I just want to be abundantly clear about that. I also want to be clear, I don't find Trump particularly charming or jocular myself. I think that actually it's a sign of deep weakness to be sucked in by such transparent efforts to win people over. That said, like, other people in politics could learn from the idea that about how you win people over via private conversations by using that strategy rather than the bitching and moaning strategy. That's all I'm saying. No need to get mad. You can get mad if you want. I take feedback. I was very right on this podcast, so please, in the comments, let me know all the ways in which I was wrong as well to keep me humble. Bill Crystal, thank you. Appreciate you very much for coming in on this Monday. Go USA tonight against the Belgians. And they do have yummy waffles. But besides that, thumbs down for Belgium tonight. And we'll be back tomorrow. Could be a spicy one tomorrow. We'll see. See y'all then. Peace.
Some of this stuff is so crazy, you literally can't make it up. It sounds fake. It feels like, nah, this is like some scripted shit. But no, it's real. It's real. So as you all know, Trump ran about 1,000 scams on his own supporters, including his scam crypto coin, his meme coin. Melania also had a meme coin that was a total scam. I mean, this is just the biggest fucking disgusting snake oil selling family in history is what it is. He's arguably the most successful grifting con man in human history, Donald Trump is. I mean, he conned his way into the most powerful position in the world 2 separate times. Like, what? It's insane to really wrap your mind around. So CNN has this piece here. This is incredible. A Trump supporter who was scammed by Trump and he gives his thoughts on who's to actually blame, and perhaps you're not going to be surprised by the answer. Here we go.
These are two investors into the Trump coin, and these are Trump supporters. If Trump was putting his name behind it, it must be a legitimate investment.
Oh, God.
This is a woman who spoke to Reuters. She put $2,000 of her savings into the Trump meme. At the end of May, her Trump holding was worth less than $120. She now thinks it was just a pump and dump scheme. The second investor, Matt, a 45-year-old machinist in Indiana, put $40,000 into Trump family tokens. When a stock has presidential backing in a way, at least from his sons, you would think it would go up. Matt's shares have dropped 79% in value since he bought them for a loss of about $32,700. He does not blame the Trump family. He said he believes Democrats and anti-Trump investors are taking short positions.
Imagine being so immensely deep in the cult, you're even rationalizing away the fact that your favorite pedophile president scammed you personally. I mean, again, it is actually difficult for me to wrap my mind around this. As a sentient, conscious, thinking, independent being, it is tough for me to wrap my mind around this. Bro got robbed to the high heavens, and 40,000 DZACs put in the Trump family tokens. 40,000. 40,000. That bitch went down to next to motherfucking nothing. He lost $32,700, 79% drop in value. And he goes, it's got to be the Democrats' fault. When I tell you the Democrats had absolutely fuck all to do with this fucking Trump scam, it was 2 days before his inauguration. He launched his scam meme coin. One of the most brazen crimes of all time. What a disgusting, obvious heist. And he goes, oh, it's got to be the Democrats somehow. This reminds me of after January 6th, when they went, oh, no, that was Antifa that stormed in there. Then you talk to the same people a week later, and they go, oh, yeah, that was us that stormed it, but it was based, and I'm happy that we did it. Wait, did you do it, and it was good, or did Democrats do it, and it was bad? You have to pick one. You can't take both, and they do. They'll flip back and forth between those like nothing ever happened. Like nothing ever happened. These people need to wake the fuck up. They need to realize you're dealing with a family that has done millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in insider trading. Something like 58 trades a day Trump has been doing. He'll pump a stock because he bought the stock a week earlier and watched that bitch skyrocket. Market manipulation, the likes of which we've never seen before. Okay? This is a guy who sued his own IRS to get about nearly $2 billion to pay off January 6th terrorists. This is a guy who pardoned a guy who laundered money for Al-Qaeda. Because that guy bought his World Liberty tokens. I'm not kidding. You would think pardoning somebody who laundered money for Al-Qaeda would be a bridge too far, even for MAGA. It was not. Not remotely. And don't even get me started on Uday and Qusay Trump. Eric and Don Jr. have a Bitcoin mining operation. They created a pay-to-play corruption club called the Executive Branch Club, where it's $500,000 to join. Don't get me started on the violations of the Emoluments Clause, which are happening on a daily basis with all these deals and contracts that they have with governments around the world. I mean, they're completely and utterly fucking out of control. They're completely and utterly out of control. You can never trust a family who is literally banned from running a charity in the state of New York because they stole from a children's cancer charity. You cannot trust that family. You cannot trust a guy who did a scam university, which is what Trump did. You cannot trust a guy who stiffed his plumbers and his electricians and all his workers when they built his casinos and his hotels. Okay? You can't trust a guy who we know was found liable for tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud. You cannot trust that guy. Not remotely. But they do. But they do. I'm telling you, man, their brains need to be studied. Their brains need to be studied. Because there's something about Trump. It taps into their lizard brain. The way he talks, the way he acts, the way he dresses, something about him, or all of it put together, is a package that they find irresistible. He is old white man kryptonite, bro. Trump is old white man kryptonite. If you're an old white man, you look at this guy and you think, he's what I want to be. He's what I wish I was. He wears a suit. He's the boss man. He yells at everybody around him. Everybody has to listen to him. Everybody has to show loyalty to him. You know, he hates the same people I hate. He hates the liberals. He hates the leftists. He hates the trans people and the gay people and the Muslims. And this is how they think, right? And it's old white man kryptonite, bro. If you have, you know, the CEO archetype, right? The stereotype of the CEO boss man guy, something about the old white guy mind just fucking crumbles. Where they all want to be subservient to a daddy figure, some authority daddy figure, like an older white guy in a suit. It is fucking incredible to watch. It really is. But could you imagine getting robbed blind like that and being like, oh, it got to be the Democrats' fault? Meanwhile, the Democrats all along been trying to warn you with this shit, been trying to tell you, like, hey, dog, this motherfucker is robbing you blind. We're warning you. We're trying to help you out. But no, that's bullshit. Trump is the only one they trust. Okay, good luck with all that.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Massive gatherings in Tehran over the weekend for the funeral of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. And let's put this New York Times headline up on the screen. They went with this headline: mourners chant revenge at funeral prayers for Iran's slain Supreme Leader. Just reading a little bit from the report, tens of thousands of mourners, including senior Iranian officials, packed Tehran on Sunday for funeral prayers for the slain Supreme Leader as crowds chanted calls for revenge. Conspicuously absent was his son and successor, Mojtaba Khamenei, who has not been seen in public since succeeding his father, who was killed at the onset of the war. And these crowds were rolling and massive. Let's go ahead and take a listen to the scene in Tehran over the weekend. So that was the infamous Death to America chant. And Ryan, just what's your reaction off the bat here to what we saw? I mean, this was massive support, obviously, for the Supreme Leader. And no Mojtaba Khamenei, also, though, a pretty clear sign of strength from the IRGC's perspective months into this operation, where apparently the IRGC was decimated.
Yeah, we were told that the Iranians would, just like the Iraqis, would greet us with, candies and flowers and would celebrate our assassination of Khamenei. Instead, you have one of the largest gatherings of people, like, in the world.
And after one of the largest slaughterings of Iranians in January.
Right, which is right.
Which is why we thought they were weak.
Right.
And it would be easy for the Kurds to come in and people would overthrow them. This is what it looks like now.
Right, and the Iranians have said that they believe at least 3,000. They put out the names of at least 3,000 people, security forces and protesters, who were killed, or rioters, or whatever you want to. There were some armed insurgents as well. So at least 3,000. That is a lot of people. You see these bizarre numbers of 30,000 to 60, 75,000 floated by Trump and other people. No evidence that it's anywhere near that. Still, even 3,000 is a lot. And the Israelis and the Americans were convinced that the Iranian people were, desperate for regime change. Yeah. Maybe they wanted the Shah, the Shah's son, who knows who they wanted back in. And it's
famous last words.
A big crowd does not necessarily mean
shouldn't be that hard.
90% support.
No, not at all.
You could still have.
That's not borne out by any of the polling that people have been able to ascertain, that's not an easy thing to do. But I think I've heard Sohrab Ahmari obviously make the point that it's not like the IRGC has the support of a majority of Iranians, but opposition to America has support of a majority of Iranians.
Right. We have united the country in that. I've seen some people salty at the Death to America chant and the Death to Israel chant, but not as much saltiness as you might have seen in the past. I think people are starting to approach this with a little bit of common sense. Well, for one thing, what people might not know, it translates to Death to America, but if you heard the rhythm of it, it's just kind of a nice chant. And it really means kind of
nice chant.
They use it as it has the nice rhythm to it, and it really means down with, that would be a probably more kind of accurate cultural translation. Down with America, down with Israel. That aside, Trump has described this as Pearl Harbor, right? He compared it to Pearl Harbor, right? That because it was this surprise attack in the middle of the negotiations, and we are still deeply angry in the United States about Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, they attacked the Navy in Hawaii.
Trump had a veteran
shipment
from Pearl Harbor on stage at the 4th of July. Did you see this?
Oh, I missed that.
It was incredible. Yeah.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was. But, you know, they attacked, they surprise attacked a military target. We thought it was dastardly because it was a sneak attack. Sneak attacks are dastardly. It was on a military target. Imagine if the Japanese had also hit a girls' school in Hawaii and killed, 150 plus students and teachers, mostly young girls, and then also killed, FDR, killed the head of the military, killed the vice president, killed. Like, how do you think we would feel at that point? Like, the chant. I think people in the U.S. are actually much more kind of aware of the context this time. And so they see that chant, they're like, yeah, okay, you know what? What we did was really bad. And I get it.
Well, there are realist consequences to war, obviously,
Right.
political consequences.
And being reckless in how you carry it out.
Now, I do think when you see Death to America chants, even if it's translated into something that's down with, I think
Let's
most
stick with
Americans
death with.
look at that and say,
Death to.
well, we definitely don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. It's just a question of like the means to the end. And that's, I think, for a lot of people, when you look at our record of the last 20 years, I mean, look at Iraq right now. Is Saddam Hussein there? No. Is it a much friendlier country to the United States, like significantly friendlier country to the United States? No, it created a power vacuum that created ISIS. And so the idea that you were going to have a war that wasn't significant with a ground invasion and lasted for months and months, that actually truly decapitated the regime, I think a lot of people were obviously skeptical of that, as they should have been skeptical of that.
Yeah.
And this is a show of solidarity for some chunk of the country, united against the United States. Not that that's particularly surprising to anybody, but if you had showed scenes of this before, or as, let's say after we had, on February 28th, if people showed you these scenes, like you could fast forward and do like a time travel jump, and it's like, this is what Iran is going to look like in July, and the war, by the way, is going to be over.
This is where gas
But we're going to have a
prices
ceasefire.
are gonna be.
Yeah.
We're going to be getting nothing.
Like, what are we doing?
Right.
What are we doing?
And to your point about nuclear weapons, and people do need to, including myself, need to remember this. We've done some polling on this question about Iran having a nuclear weapon, and the American people are very much opposed to the idea of Iran having a nuclear weapon. How much they're willing to do to, see that outcome to the end is up for debate. But if you ask them, it's like 80+% of people, Democrats, Independents, Republicans. I'm in the minority where I'm like, I don't care. I'd rather nobody had them.
Yeah.
But if somebody's going to have them, what do I care?
But the other question is means to an end, right? Like, again, when the war began, it was pretty obvious. People were shocked when the Chagos Islands, like that ICBM, got close to the islands. It's like, well, if you take a look at the map of North Korea's ability, where they also say things like death to America in sentiment, they already have like worldwide, we're in their range. Like, it's not just Europe, like the whole world is in their range, and they have nuclear weapons. So
that's why it's good that he's Trump's best friend.
Yeah.
So we're good.
Yeah. Well, Trump's button is bigger. Don't forget that.
That's right.
As we learned on Twitter at one point.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, the idea that the war was going to transform the country, obviously this is
just not in the way that we.
But not fundamentally transform like the way
it
the country works.
Empowered the IRGC and brought them a lot more revenue and lifted them out of this sanctions abyss.
Now, given what Dropsite has reported, what did you make of the Ayatollah's son not being at the funeral?
Right. So that was something that people have picked up on. The reporting was that he wanted to be there and was really pressured, not to be there for what they say are security reasons. We'll talk about in a second how the legitimate nature of those security concerns. It has sparked controversy inside Iran as people are jockeying for power. There's also some question about how badly he was injured in the strike that killed Khamenei, Khamenei's 14-year-old grandson, his wife, a lot of Khamenei's family, as well as senior leaders. The word that keeps coming out is that he was significantly wounded, and so perhaps they don't want to show how badly he was wounded. But at the same time, and we can put up B3 here, the U.S. and Israel are maniacs. Like, they cannot be trusted to not just kill anybody the first opportunity they get. So Trump told Axios here that they agreed to, quote, take a week off, and that, quote, neither side will shoot at the other in order to allow time for the morning. Trump also told Axios that he was shocked at the outpouring of support for the man he assassinated. And he ruminated at one point, quote, maybe it's fake tears. So there's hundreds of thousands of people coming out to fake cry just to get one over on Trump, I guess. But then Trump added, they're all there. One shot, and we can take them all out, which is in brackets, but that's what he means. One shot, they could take them all out. But we are not going to do that, because then we would have nobody to negotiate with. So you can see even in that moment, Trump just kind of salivating at the opportunity of more killing. Like more, now the new people that came in, I could kill them all. There's something captivating to him about the idea of just being able to kill people with impunity. But the thing holding him back, as he says, is, well, then who would we negotiate with?
Well, let's put B5 on the screen. Skip ahead here. This is a report from NBC News. Headline, U.S. was concerned Israel might try to kill Iran negotiators. According to sources, U.S. officials were concerned that Israel might try to assassinate Iran's negotiators during recent ceasefire talks, and Tehran was worried about the possible threat, according to a U.S. official and an Iranian official with knowledge of the matter, Ryan. So that got leaked from us to the press.
Yes, this was crazy. So you remember the Islamabad talks where Arakchian Ghalibaf and J.D. Vance all were there for like 24 hours, and then Vance kind of abruptly was like, we can't make any progress. These guys aren't serious, and I'm going home. So he goes home. The Pakistanis then escort the Iranian delegation to the border, and as they're getting close to the border, the U.S. picks up that Israel has scrambled fighter jets in Iranian territory, headed towards Iranian territory, with the intent of shooting Arakchian Ghalibaf's plane down. And the U.S. itself then scrambles and tells, they say allies, Turkey, Egypt, Qatar, they're working the phones. And the U.S. dimes out Israel and says, tell the Iranians that Netanyahu is trying to kill them. And so their plane makes an emergency landing just over the border inside Iran. And they get in cars and drive like the 8 hours to Tehran, which must have been just an insane drive. Can you imagine being in those cars? Like, you're like going through these like rugged, winding mountain passes. You're like, what if we turn the headlights off? The driver's like, yeah, then we're gonna plunge off this mountain. I think we need the headlights.
Yeah.
But then you're like, but if I don't want to, you don't want to spook the drivers. You don't exactly want to tell them why.
I like that you've gamed this out.
And everybody, phones off. Like everybody phones
in
off.
the Faraday bag.
Yeah, turn your satellite devices off. So maybe if you have your phones off, they wouldn't know which caravan to hit. And then they're just bombing like random, like Iranian villagers everywhere from. But yeah, so this is our ally. So if there's any question about how hostile they are to a ceasefire and a peace deal, let that disabuse any confusion.
And on the topic actually of the what's the right way to put it, efficacy of the military action. Let's go to B4. So we've also been told that Hamas is totally decimated. This war was going to eradicate Hamas. Well, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, as you all reported here at Drop Site, met with Hamas's Political Leadership Council chairman at the Sunday delegation in Tehran during the funeral ceremonies. So, Ryan, that's also again, it's a similar parallel. Now, Hamas has been much more, what's the best way to put it? Has been much more damaged by
they're not really shooting back.
October 7th, the post-October 7th war, of course, than the IRGC. But here they are, living to negotiate and living to talk to the Iranians.
Yeah, right. And Israel continues to violate the ceasefire in Gaza, and Hamas, to your point, has not been hitting back. And Iran has also not really made demands about Gaza part of its negotiating strategy.
Which we haven't really covered, but that is interesting.
Yeah, there's a parallel track that has a UN mandate. It is really interesting that the Iranians, have genuine respect for the UN and take those processes seriously. And the fact that the Board of Peace got this UN blessing and has created a negotiation track actually means something. It's funny because here in the U.S. we're told that they're this like rogue state and a bunch of terrorists. We are the ones that really have the most amount of hostility to the UN and to international law. But in practice, that's ongoing. Now they're trying to be as supportive as they can, and I know a lot of supporters of Palestine have been frustrated that Gaza has not been more central to the ceasefire negotiations, whereas Lebanon has.
Well, and that was a huge, obviously, point of disagreement with the Abraham Accords, right? Was that the Palestinian cause was being squeezed out.
Which was the whole idea behind the Abraham Accords was like, we don't have to solve this. We'll just move forward without it.
Right.
Without solving it.
Right. Okay, so also looking at the Strait of Hormuz, market's about to open here as we are recording this, but let's put the next element up on the screen. It does look like, as DropSite reported here, according to Citibank, crude oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz have recovered to about 7 million barrels per day. That is up from near zero levels, as you guys put it, during the height of the conflict. That's according to Citi analysts who were cited by the Financial Times. But before the war, the Strait carried 20 to 21 million BPD of oil. That is including 15 million of crude and 5 million of the refined petroleum products. That 7 million estimate, as DropSite put it, likely understates actual traffic because many commercial tankers have switched off. And we can go ahead then put B7 up on the screen. This is a report from CNBC. That a cargo vessel in the Red Sea reported coming under attack, according to the UK's Maritime Trade Operations Center. So shipping across the region, unsteady right now. Maybe that's a good way to put it.
But moving upward. And as Citibank points out, 7 million is what they counted, and that doesn't count the people that turned off their transponders. So if you were carrying 20 to 21 million barrels per day before the war, and you've got 7 million that you can see, if you have 7 million that you can't see, at least you're getting back up to somewhere between half and 2/3 of the pre-war shipment. Because we are trying to fill up our strategic reserve, our inventories, and fuel our global economy at the same time, you'd rather have more coming out than less relative to pre-war because we're so far behind. But at least this is like the global economic IV bag is just getting a drip at least.
What do you make of this Red Sea report given the chaos in Yemen over the last several days as well?
fight.